Hello, guys. Wow, I don't know if the live thing is working properly or what, but something needs to be done. All right. While we're waiting for our guests to arrive, let me check. Gotta check on the rest. All right, let me get this started. First, let me get this thing on. Let me just get this screen on. And here we are. Tonight's topic, folks, Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Ah, welcome, Dennis.
Hey,
Let's
hey,
make it.
uh, just getting some water. Gonna be much closer. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Let me just get in my computer, just in case.
Yes, yes, of
Right.
course.
Can't
Anyway,
stay for much longer, right? Because I have class tomorrow.
all right.
Sure. Right. So let's
Yeah.
make it count.
Are you okay?
Yes, I just have class tomorrow.
All right. Here we are. Call of Duty Modern Warfare. The Tonight we'll just go over the original trilogy and probably continue with the reboot another time. Now, the first one to the Call of Duty Modern Warfare OG trilogy came out in 2007. You know, back okay. The first
Great year for gaming. Just saying.
Yep, 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 this is a yeah, it's this trilogy is by far my favorite of the Call of Duty games.
I actually think I agree with you. For a long time, I would say Black Ops, but I think this one is just as good. It's even better. Like in a pure objective perspective, this is the best one. I have more emotional connection to Black Ops, but that's not a story.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, yeah,
One, two was good, though. I'm much partial to one. I think because of the whole Cold War stuff. But that's not a story. So where do you start with the franchise?
the first this this one.
No, this is Modern Warfare 4. There is no title. It doesn't exist. It's just a made up leak. But anyway, let me just go for a
Hello, Jacket Master.
Hey, what's up?
hey.
Hi.
So, some fun facts I gathered about the franchise before we go starting. Um, it was originally there was supposed to be a Russian campaign, but the devs decided to remove it because they couldn't find a balance because there was the American and the British campaign. They wanted a Russian campaign as well to mirror the World War II games, which always had three campaigns in the Infinity War. American, British, Russian, and the end. But in the end, they had to remove the Russian campaign because they felt that the American campaign was grunts, infantry, big battles. British campaign was special force. They couldn't find what the Russian campaign would be. They couldn't figure it out how to do the Russian campaign, so they had to remove it. That's interesting stuff I learned.
Wow. Yeah. And you know who the number one character of the trilogy is, right?
Yes, Captain Price. He's been in the
Bingo.
franchise since the very first game, though it was just going to be his grandfather. He was he's a great character. What else? Very iconic. Apparently, he's kind of based on a real person. Not really, but like in the appearance, he's based on those British special for the mustache. He has a nod to a mustache that was commonly used by British SAS in the 80s, and especially the British Commando Joe McLeese, because McLeese had a mustache like he was a special operator back in the 80s in the SAS. He was also the technical advisor in Heat, if you're not aware. So a Hollywood connection already. And yeah, the mustache is a nod to him and to many other British SAS operators who had this kind of mustache. And if you look at the gear they're using for the boat level, right? It's a nod to the British military gear that was used on the raid that McLeese participated. That is the raid that brought the SAS to the forefront, the Iranian embassy siege.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yep. Yes.
This is the unique version.
Yeah. Yeah. He was training soap at the start of the game. He was putting soap through the port.
Soap was already through the selection, so he was going to be part of the team anyway. They just wanted to train him for the mission for the boathouse. Sorry, I just very picky with that stuff.
Yeah.
But if you could train the player, right? That mission was just so the player could learn the ropes.
Well, Soap was just the new guy, so like it would make sense that Price wanted
Yeah,
to see what he could do.
exactly. True. Good point.
Yep.
Though I was reading the British SAS selection is notoriously difficult, even for special forces standards. So yeah,
Yep.
it's like British SAS was like the top for many years, like on the original special forces teams in history. The British practically created the whole special forces team we have nowadays during the Second World War.
Yeah. That too. Yeah. Yep. And Price is quite a badass too. I mean, right after the
Yes.
training course, they go through this. They go through the. They raid they raid a barge that is
Fun
that is.
fact. Fun fact. If you discount the train level, if you don't consider train level as part of the main story, the first and last time thing you see on the game is Price smoking a cigar.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's what's most iconic about Captain Price. He loves
No, actually, the
cigars.
most important thing is the hat and the beard. The cigars are third place.
Yep.
But speaking of which, Call of Duty character design is brilliant because you can see the character. No, is this guy? Bring quickly to the 2019 game. The second you don't even need to have the say Captain Price during the reveal trailer. You just see the smoking, the beer, and the hat, and it's just like it's Captain Price. It's clear. So it kind of reminds me of Steve Ditko, actually, who was famous for doing the silhouettes and having his characters be based on certain silhouettes so that you could recognize immediately this guy is this guy,
Yep.
which is the best for Watchmen. Sorry,
Exactly.
continue.
They were raiding the ship in search of a manifesto that was being sent to the terrorists out in Iraq, who are led
No,
by
sorry, continue. I think I corrected too much, but the country is implied to be like post-revolution Saudi Arabia.
yeah.
And there's many details that I could go through the entire storytelling of the franchise like as crazy because I love that shit so much. But one thing you need to understand about COD is there's minimalistic storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, there's everything you need to know about the story, and if you dig, there's much more. But you can infer even more. So, like, for example, how we know it's Saudi Arabia? We don't have ever they don't ever tell us the country is Saudi Arabia. But for example, all the it shows on the map, and at one point, like this means from President Al Fulani, right? But Saudi Arabia is a monarchy. Well, if you pay attention to Al-Assad's speech, he mentions that Al Fulani overthrew a monarchy to get to power, just like the monarchy before the revolution, as he says. Uh, so yeah, it's very interesting when you pay attention to these details. Al-Assad, yeah.
Yeah.
Al-Assad, I'm gonna go for something of a hot take now. No, first thing you need to understand. Al-Assad has the perfect character introduction in the franchise, even better than Price, even better than Makarov, all of them.
Yeah.
Uh, Al-Assad has the best introduction. Why? When you see him in Sizakev, you know exactly who is the puppet and who is in power just by the way they behave. It doesn't even say a thing. For the entire map, for the entire game, this stuff, everything about Al-Assad you need to know about the guy is in the coup. Like, you see him, he's doing his nationalistic, anti-West, foreign nationalistic speech, but then there's the Russian guy on the car and realize this guy is a hypocrite. He claims that he wants supreme sovereignty for his nation. Chris says Aflan for being a puppet to the West, but he's a puppet for the Russians, which is even worse. He for the Russian, no, for the Russian extremists, right? Because in the story there's civil war, yeah, the ultranationalists. So even worse than just normal Russian government, just Russian ultranationalists. The guy's too extreme even for the Russians. So and then there is Al-Assad. He has and when Al-Assad finally see him, the first thing we see is he comes down and Zakhaev points a gun at him in front of his entire regiment, like his entire army is on that square. There's a camera. It didn't show Zakhaev, it's showing Al Fulani, but you can you get what I'm saying? Like, he has everything. He's just screaming like he just points a gun at Al-Assad in front of his own man. Al-Assad just stops. Then he'll gives him the weapon. You know exactly who is in charge and who is the puppet that exact second. You don't even need to play the rest of the game to know that Al-Assad is just a distraction, he's just a puppet for Zakhaev.
Yes, he is a puppet. He was a puppet for Zakhaev in the game. Yes. Yeah, and that's how he starts
off. His whole point is to draw out the American invasion so that Zakhaev could to draw the Americans Saudi Arabia so Zakhaev could gain ground in Russia. That's the whole point of his offensive, of the entire war. It's just take the American troops in Russia, send them to the Middle East, get the war distracted, gain more territory in Russia, keep expanding.
Yes.
It's probably just isn't the game ever says that, but it also says how evil Zakhaev is. He's willing to just doom an entire country and create all this chaos just for not even a complete victory in the Civil War, just a temporary, was just gaining ground, getting an advantage, even momentary. So it goes to show how just like
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
just realize that. Which of course,
Yeah.
advantage is advantage. It's war. You do whatever it takes, but it is not even like most people would hesitate. At least he just does it. You know.
Yeah.
Of course, not like al-Assad isn't partial. You know, you can just will a revolution out of the
Oh yeah. So like in that scene, I remember that scene the first time I played it, and literally I felt kind of surreal as the fact that I was playing a first person view of the guy of the president. I don't remember his name, but
Al-Fulani.
he of Lani. So he's being dragged into a car. He's driven to this place. He's being tied to a pole. You see this warlord. He comes to you, points a gun at you. Oh my god, I remember that moment. And but
Yeah.
at the
Yeah.
same time, he's giving this speech about, oh, I'm gonna defeat the Western dogs, or I want sovereignty. And I remember like back then, like that was kind of reminiscent to what was going on back reminiscent because the Afghan war was like pretty much alive and going. So I thought there was a connection there.
I always felt that Khaled al-Assad was something closer to Saddam, especially how coming to power in a coup, that Saddam got in a coup, you know, in the guy who gave the coup over to the monarchy before that. Uh, but like, of course, it's heavily compressed the timeline, but he's basically a Saddam Hussein figure more than so Iraq and Afghanistan. Of course, changed to Saudi Arabia because the Iraq war was very controversial at the time, and they wanted an offensive war, you know, an invasion instead of so it's more close to the Iraqi invasion than the Iraqi insurgency, which I consider two different conflicts. That's another story. Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, basically that. It's primarily also because they wanted conventional conflict to contrast to the special forces missions you conduct in Eastern Europe. You know.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
that too. Yeah, Russia is part of Eastern Europe. Well,
Yeah.
mostly the Western Russia.
Yeah. The rest is Asia. Anyway, continue. Sorry to bother.
No problem. Shall I
No.
play a clip of of one of the gameplays of this thing to show what the?
Uh, if it doesn't get us copyrighted, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah,
So
here.
also when I was a kid, I was always replay the level just to see pick up new details on
Yep.
the overthrow. By the way, this is one of the best remasters ever. Like, it's so fucking gorgeous.
You bet. Let me turn the.
Oh, this by the way, this the whole reason Call of Duty exists. This one level, because the original idea for Call of Duty, when the original pitch they had going around for the franchise. So Call of Duty is born out of the Saving Private Ryan sequence
Yep.
on Medal of Honor, right? Because they have multiple. Because Medal of Honor is always about special forces and like one man army and spies.
Uh-huh.
And there's a guy throwing racial slurs at the thing. Oh fuck God. Anyway,
Oh,
the
Michael Lionheart. Huh.
I wouldn't do it. Just too much trolls. I wish I could. But
Yeah.
nowadays, with the modern internet, oh fuck, people waste too much time with their own.
Huh, huh.
Anyway, um, so they in one of the ideas they had for the franchise since they started is that we did take Private Ryan and we need to do Black Hawk Down. So this level, which is basically Black Hawk Down, you know, the opening moments, you know, the whole going down the rope of the helicopter, that is the reason Call of Duty exists. You know, they want to do this, and the World War II games were basically a test so they could prove to Infinity War they were good enough to make a modern warfare shooter. Because you just love Black Hawk Down, by the way. This is basically the point. What we did, Saving Private Ryan, need to do Black Hawk Down. It was basically that.
Oh boy. Hang on. I can prove it. Yep. Now
Anyway.
we're back. Yeah, I enjoyed playing through this part of the game as well, Dennis. One
Oh,
of my
this was my favorite level. Yes. I just love the Middle Eastern aesthetics. I was always fascinated by that conflicts in the region, but there's something about the aesthetics of the Saudi Arabia sections that was so fucking
Check the
good.
bodies. We need a positive ID on al-Assad.
Negative ID over here, sir. No sign of al-Assad here, sir.
HQ, this is Red Dog. Target building is secure, but we don't have al-Assad. Over. Roger that, HQ. Out. Heads up. I just got word that al-Assad is broadcasting out of the TV
Yeah.
station. We're gonna move out on foot and take down the package there. Move out.
Anyway. Also, can I do a nitpick?
Yeah.
The officers in COD games are just way too old. Like, Vask is supposed to be a lieutenant, but he looks like he's 30 and is all like, I guess he's probably can argue that he's a college athlete that went into the military, but like he's simply too sounds too old. Doesn't even look too old. I don't even mind his appearance because war is stressful, but he sounds, his voice is simply too rough to be a lieutenant. It's
Yeah.
just I know it's nitpicky, but I know. I mean, there are like enlisted men who become officers, so there's probably just that. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
If you want to continue.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy the use of scope weapons, and especially the grenade launchers. Those things are one of the best to use in the games,
Mhm.
where you're able to take on more than 2 or 3 at once.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I love how they give you the sense of scope, but when you pay attention, there's not even that many units on the map. But it gives you a sense of scope by these scripted moments, such as the jets passing through, or or the helicopters in the background. It makes you feel like you're fighting for the entire town, but when you pay attention, you're actually just advancing through an alleyway. There aren't even that many troops on there, like friendlies at least,
Yep.
It's funny because in real life, offensives tend to have the idea for an offensive 3-1, but that's just nothing. They're not complaining. I just pointing that out. That.
Yeah, of course.
I'm playing. What else can I say about these games? One thing I like to point out is the difference, the main highlighted difference, I think, between the American portrayal of the Marine campaign and the British campaign. That the British are portrayed as basically like Price is borderline a war criminal, if not the straight up war criminal, but like. And there's nothing insult to the character. Like it's the point, He does what it takes to win, and that's how war is, So
Yep.
is it because the Americans just charge forward and like pay attention to rules of engagement and all that stuff, and just this kind of just like fighting fair, or at least fighting as fair as you can do when your opponent's a third world country and you're a superpower, But it's like. And they lose, they get nuked, because they went in and thought they could fight cleanly. And the enemy didn't want to fight cleanly. They were willing to just nuke their own capital. Nuke Riyadh just for a quick,
Yep.
So yeah, it's war basically. What I'm trying to say, but
Yep. Yep.
At the end of
Taking
the
on
day,
the
in war, like rules don't really mean much to a soldier. They just do whatever it takes to win. So
Exactly.
of course, they're gonna do things that may not be considered to be like legal or
We're
professional.
civilized, as absurd as
Yeah,
it sounds in a war.
I mean, survival is
Like,
the number one. Is the number one goal.
not even
So
survival, victory.
yeah,
Like,
that too.
it's like, because I think most soldiers are aware that they can die. It's just that they hope to take the bad guys with them, at least, you know, just
Target building in sight.
Uh-huh.
the
We've got the TV station locked down.
it's like reminds me of a story. You know if you guys seen the movie Last of the Mohicans. It shows that the British, they had an idea of civilized warfare and that they just march forward with brightly colored clothes in muskets and behave ordinarily, you know, volley fire, all that stuff. And the natives, the Native Americans, is just come down from the wood lines, murder everything in their path, and they win most of the engagements. You know,
Oh my goodness. Sorry about that, Ed.
because in the end there's no such thing as civilized warfare, and that's just, you know, that's what something the game, I think, intentionally or not, communicates quite well. The Americans thought they could fight the Saudi civilized, Saudis and the ultranationalists civilized. They couldn't, you know, because the Saudi
Nope,
just
they couldn't have.
the Saudi who the al-assad regime just stole a nuke and detonated it on them.
Oh yeah. And this by far
And
has to be one of their biggest pieces of operation. The TV station here in the Middle East area.
oh, this mission was a nightmare for me as a kid. I died so many times. By the way, you know what? Speaking of dying so many times, you know what's the most unrealistic thing in the entire franchise? I think most bothers me the most?
Yeah.
The favela level. Because I'm Brazilian. I never been to favela. I'll admit that I'm in a safe region of the country. But yeah, no way, no one, no matter how well trained he is going up favela alone and like surviving.
Yeah.
Like, or we have or cop or SWAT equivalent. He's one of the best trainers in the planet. Like one of the most ruthless training regiments in the planet. They barely can go up those places. You know, it's like the place is so like you know, is just a nightmare.
Room clear. Move up. Al-assad should be on the second
Like
floor.
Brazilian favelas are so dangerous that the cops tasked that when the Brazilian military is deployed overseas, it's the cops who train the soldiers to go to war. Because Rio de Janeiro is that dangerous. The real cops are the ones who train the. So yeah, basically the favela level, as realistic is actually, I think favela is a perfect place for a war game like this because it's just that much of a Rio de Janeiro is that much of a hellhole. Thank God I respect that foot in that place.
Stay frosty.
Yeah. We'll be sure to go over that level once we get through this first game. We'll be sure to
You
pay a
gotta
visit.
just. I hope you don't pass the entire game because I have to go to sleep soon.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we just stay there and start shooting up the guy from the top, the counterattack. Didn't they just keep coming if you don't go up? You can stay out there repelling the counterattack as much as you want.
Mm-hmm.
Funny. They
Yeah,
never
man.
win, by the way. They're programmed to always lose the counterattack. But there's a nice attention to detail because you can see that the enemy is trying to mobilize. You know. You can't, you know. Actually, the most surprising thing on this game is that they still have their helicopters operational. The OPFOR.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
that's the most like absurd thing at the entire American level is that they still have the helicopters You know, the Americans didn't just ground the entire Air Force on the first 5 seconds of the war. Because seriously, guys, if you guys read up on U.S. military offensives, like they took Iraq in like 15 days or something, in like the Americans, and you look up the invasion. That's actually when the invasion wasn't planned as well as they could be. They're
Mm-hmm.
just the American military is like the
Room clear! He's not here.
it's like the definition of overpowered, of overkill, and I love it. Is it like not love it, but they're like, yeah, you don't fight fair anymore. Sorry, pal. You know. So a guy saying, oh, it isn't.
Great stuff about that. That's something better anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Command, this is Red
No,
Dot.
like, yeah,
TV
you don't
station
fight
secure.
fair
No
anymore.
sign of al-Assad. The broadcast is a record. Over. Yeah.
Anyway,
Roger that, command. Out.
Yep. Shall we?
the bog level is really cool, but it's kind of filler, you know. Just pointing out that there's like the British levels at least have the thing. Don't complain that it's filler. It's really good filler, you know, but it's filler. Like I just pointing that out that you're just the American level serves so you can see the ground of war, you know, in the Middle East. And the British level serves so you can learn about Nikolai,
But
so he can come up with the information for getting al-Assad there.
Yep. And now
You're still in
Now
one.
for this.
This
Hello,
mission
Jacob.
also reminded me of a movie my dad liked called Behind Enemy Lines. I actually told him about the game and I said, look, this is the Behind the Enemy Lines level.
Yep.
Which there's a reference to Behind Enemy Lines in the game with the character of Victor.
Yep.
Sorry. This
Yep.
the whole
The extraction point's not
the
far.
close
Let's move out.
is a model after the villain of that game, the Serbian terrorist. So yeah.
Yeah.
Bravo 6, this is base.
Yeah. This level you have to fight your way through to the rendezvous to help.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
afterwards comes the famous like gunship level, which is like just like completely immersive, one of the most immersive levels of all time.
Over.
And is interesting thing allow because they show us like drone warfare, but they also show us the minutia of it, because when you see like drone footage, we don't realize how much thought it has to be in those kind of operations, because again, highly popular area, sometimes you can see the gun, sometimes you can mistake the gun for something else. I like how they do that level, you know.
Uh-huh.
All right, let's move.
What else?
Yeah.
Anyway, I was gonna bring some other thing. I forgot. Anyway, my favorite level in this game, I think it is. I don't know. I won't say I'll give it up because I think that's cliche, you know. The love is so beloved, but that's another stuff.
Mhm.
Alright, let's talk these bastards before they kill the old man.
Yeah, they arrested the old man.
But I played this level a lot as a kid as well. I played a lot of COD as a kid, but like I
Yeah.
memorized so many levels. Okay.
Hello, 13 style. Hang on. Let me get you
Area
on.
clear. Alright, let's keep moving.
I love the animations on this remaster. I don't remember how are they in the original, but like there's just something so fluid, you know. So like I don't know, I just like the animation. It feels like you're actually in the
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Stay down.
Yeah. And throughout most of this level, you have to avoid getting
Why
detected
the
by the
helicopter. Which is interesting because throughout the previous levels, the helicopters, no, not, but in the American levels, to show the difference between the fighting styles, the helicopters are on your side, right? There are few helicopters that serve the enemy. Like there's 2 times the helicopter troops, but for the most part, you're the one calling airstrikes.
Yep.
But on the Russian, like on the on the British campaign, well, like since you are behind enemy line, since you are meant to be black operator stuff, you're spec ops. So you're not like you're the opposite. You're doing the helicopters hunting you down. And they're much more of a problem than the British campaign and the American campaign. You know. Again, the difference between special forces
Yeah.
and grunt work.
Yeah. This level, you have to survive the ambush by the Russian ultranationalists.
So, take the point and scout ahead for an exit.
One complaint, not a complaint. Actually, I don't think I would call it a complaint. Just some food for thought. I don't think there even is a way to implement what I just gonna say, but I actually have partial when stars do the war stars do the punch clock villain thing, like how Red Dawn did the Russians, like they are the communists in Red Dawn, which are just soldiers, like they are not like all like evil and like they're just soldiers doing their duty. And I guess much easier to find like atrocities on insurgent groups like the ones you fight in this game, because again the most insurgent terrorist organizations are just glorified gangs anyway. So you can argue that like groups like the ultranationalists would have lots of horrible people in it.
Yeah. Yeah. And the
But
was Korean.
yeah, but again, North Korea is brainwashed. I was actually thinking ISIS or the Taliban, which are filled with criminal elements. They're basically a gang. A drug. Like the head of founder of ISIS was literally a convict for years in Jordanian prison system.
Let's keep it that way.
But there's
All
no
right,
story.
let's press on. Move.
Like he spent most of his life as a Jordanian common criminal. But
Yeah.
the
Hold up. Sentries on the bridge up ahead.
another thing I find interesting.
Yep.
Let's move. But stay low.
I don't know if you guys are aware. There are many like Karawas takes influences from conflicts of history and of the time to create his own fictional conflicts, right? And aesthetic influences at least. And I think a big influence on this particular game is the Yugoslav Wars. But I don't think the Georgian War had happened yet, so it kind of predicts that. But the Yugoslav Wars definitely like an influence on the aesthetics. The way they use balaclavas, which are was a thing on the Yugoslav armies. The masks.
Oh yeah.
And the gear and this is many influence from the Yugoslav wars in there, especially the Bosnian War. Which again brings my point that Black Ops 6 should have 5. I don't remember now, but Black Ops 5 should have 5, 6, 7. I lost count. But I think it's Black Ops 6 should have had at least one level in Yugoslav Wars to pay tribute, how the franchise took influence from the Yugoslav Wars and just tied the cave in there since they already had mentioned him before. But that's another story,
Yeah.
As a cave makes fortunes in the Yugoslav Wars, just that'd be interesting. Because his armies are based on the Serbs.
Yep. Here at this level, you have to hide inside the building until they can find a weapon to take out the chopper. mostly
Yeah.
with a Stinger missile. Anyway, what's more powerful to take out a chopper, a javelin or a Stinger?
Stinger, of course, because Javelin is tanks. It's ground based.
I
Stinger
would
is
use, I use the Stinger too.
yeah. In real life as well, because like again, Javelin is it's for tanks. You don't track down the. It goes up and hits. And I don't know the details, but what I know is they use Javelin for tanks and like Stingers for helicopters.
Uh-huh.
I was watching. Speaking of which, I was watching. I saw during the height of the Ukrainian war that is happening still. I know, but like during the time where everyone's talking about it,
Uh-huh.
the Russians had there was a video about a guy who was using who was had fought in the Soviet Afghan war, and he had pointed out that he was using that he was training the local forces on Stinger tactics that was used against he and his men in the Soviet Afghan war. So I found that interesting,
We've got Stinger missiles in the
how
barn.
things change. It seems not change, but like
Uh-huh.
history. So
And here's the
like how
Stinger.
an army adopts tactics from its opponents towards someone adapts how war changes, but it doesn't.
It won't be easy.
In the sense
So,
that
have another Stinger and fire again. Let's put
Uh-huh.
it to the test.
Yeah, the first time I heard of this weapon was from the James Bond movie License to Kill, when Bond mentioned the word Stingers to.
I heard from COD. I never saw it specifically. But yeah. No, I think License to Kill is the one. No, it's Living Daylight the one I'm thinking. Sorry. Yeah, no, I never saw this one.
Oh,
Good work, so. Everyone on me, let's move out.
yeah, they took out that
Boom!
javelin.
There's something about these explosions on the COD 4 remake that makes it so satisfying. Just blow something up.
Oh, yeah,
Like
that too.
seeing something blow up. You don't need even to blow it up. Just the animation. There's something so cool about the way they make the explosion on this game. The way it
Bravo
looks.
6, this is Warhammer.
Yeah, no, I
Standing
can
by.
sound like so
Could use some
bad.
help down there. Call
Yeah.
the shot. Warhammer,
Ah,
fire mission. Danger
T-72.
close. Enemy on
Hey,
route. Retreat.
I hope that he looks at the T-72 turret blowing up. If you're not aware, T-72s are famous because the turret flies when the tank blows up.
Yeah.
I have no idea how that happens. I don't know if it's a design mistake or some other reason. But yeah, I have no idea. Just T-72 turrets just go flying when it blows
All
up,
the way to the extraction.
which makes the perfect tank for a bad guy in a video game. I'll be honest here.
Come on, let's go.
Probably like I know is another reason that there are so many T-72s on the bad guy side because Cold War and all. But like seriously, it's just the tank blowing up T-72. Like the way the turret blows up is perfect for a movie or a video game for just throw an RPG on the thing.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Just blow it up. It's just the perfect animation for a war game. So, like they build a tank knowing it was going to be used on a bad guy for Call of Duty.
Hmm. And now here we get to play as this Hercules gunship.
Yeah.
Yeah, in this game it's way more fun to use than the third one where you're more limited and not given much options of pounding the bad guys with enough firepower. This one you get to pound them as much firepower as possible.
Those are friendlies.
I was thinking I don't know how to fit this in, but Call of Duty is one of those
TV
like
confirm you see
people
the church.
complain about how COD being too restrictive, but I think there is
Roger that. We're there.
a level like it's a different experience, of course, than
Got a vehicle moving out.
let's just say Arma 3 or Easy Red 2, in which the game is much more like free form. But I think there is lots of something to be said about heavily scripted games.
All around you see.
Yeah, that too.
Crew, you were cleared to engage, but do not
God, something so sociopathic about using the big guns on these guys, you know.
Yeah, definitely a
I
not
don't
fire
know. I
target.
don't even know if real life drone operators can use the big guns on these kinds of targets because they're just so expensive and just so like overkill. I'm pretty
Definitely
sure they
overkill.
probably wouldn't be allowed to use this kind of weaponry unless it was like a tank or something or like massive concentration of enemies.
There's our
Oh
personnel
yeah,
walking on
that
the
too.
church.
That
I
too.
don't know.
Tracking.
I don't know. It just sounds like a waste of money, you know, of, like everything ruins the funeral as well. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I know I'm just blowing stuff up in universe or killing people, but like
Guy running.
I don't know, just something just feels wrong about using the big guns on this level. So I always try to use the like the I drop one of the 40 millimeter, and then I use the 25 millimeter the rest of the level.
It's right there.
That and
Hmm.
because you fail if you fire at a church. So
Good
yeah,
deal.
there's that.
Lots of little
Which
pieces down
sucks
there.
stupid by the way. You blow up the house of someone, but you blow up the church. I know there's a cultural element to it, but come on, man.
Roger that. Engage anything without a flashing strobe.
I understand why, you know, religion is a very important thing for
Crew, get
most
the moving
people,
vehicle.
or if there's a cultural relevance to
Enemy personnel.
these kinds of buildings, but still, come on.
Enemies
I
crossing
have
the
to
field.
choose between the life of
We got
someone
a
in a
runner here.
fucking church, or
Okay, he's
no
moving.
associated churches, but you know, just pointing that
Get
out.
that guy. Get back on those guys. Secondary.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, but with
Target reset. Yeah, clear to engage.
Man.
Personnel right there. Guy running.
kaboom.
Enemies crossing the
I
field.
love how they talk. Like it's probably
You gotta get him.
it's interesting because through the SAS rival, you're just like being I don't say even disconnect because I'm trying to imply it's like a inherently bad thing. It's just like to show how different a same event can be to two different people, you know. Because for the British troops, it's like one of the most tense things the soldier can go through, being shot down behind enemy lines. For these drones operators, it's just like Tuesday for them. Like we do this all the time, you know.
Tracking.
Oh,
We got a moving vehicle here.
yeah.
Negative. Negative. Do
So
not
like
engage
they probably
everything.
don't
Do
even
not engage
remember
any vehicles on the main highway.
Price and Nikolai by the time our pre-coup rolls on. They probably don't even remember this mission. Like, oh yeah,
Vehicles traveling on
you
the
know,
highway. Those are civilians.
if Price said, "Oh, you guys saved my life," he'd probably say, "Who are you?" You know, just pointing that
Yeah, that
out.
too.
Bet that guy's pissed. That's a nice truck. Nah, he's scared shitless. Alpha, we're marking the vehicle. Confirm you see the beacons. Roger.
New level maybe.
Crew, do not fire on the vehicles
Yeah,
marked with the flashing
they're getting
beacons.
inside
I
some
repeat, do not
civilian
fire on the vehicles
vehicles.
with the flashing beacons.
Yeah.
Those are
Yeah,
friendlies. Heads
they're
up.
borrowing
Hostile forces
vehicles
are
from.
setting up ambush points along the curved road.
Yeah.
Navigation. Which one's the curved
So,
road? Over.
when I was playing this game for the first time, it was bad for the civilians because they probably are going to get stuck in the road or something in the middle of the
Roger. That's the
road,
one. And next to that water
and they
tower.
probably never going to see their cars again. You know.
Roger that. Track that road to the next
Well,
village.
can't really worry about them because we got a job. They have a job to do, and that job comes first.
Yeah, I know. I
Remember.
just pointing out. I felt bad for the guys. I would do it the same way, you know.
It's about 2 clicks along the curved road going
I would also do it because that guy has intel on the enemy, and it probably one guy's car and money won't be exactly the main concern. There's a fucking war going on, and
Uh-huh.
nukes on the loose.
Crew, go ahead and take out everything in that village.
A guy with
Yeah.
intel with missing nuclear weapons and possible international terrorist conspiracy to just like take control of Russian nuclear arsenal and start a war in Saudi Arabia. So yeah, no way. I would just steal the
Wow.
car anyway because Nikolai is important for the operations.
Yep.
Now, just one little thing that bothers me as well. Nikolai, he says like the Americans are making a mistake; they never take outside alive. And you know, at the time you think, oh, he's gonna kill himself, but he's actually saying that also fled the country. The thing is,
Clear to engage all of those. close. Be careful, y'all.
There's another
What?
ad.
Annoying
Another-
about this entire
Yeah,
thing
of
is that
course.
Nikolai, the game, the invade, is probably straight up tells and like the invasion begins in a few hours, right?
Set scan range.
So they are not like this is anachronic. This is actually before the invasion. So where the hell
Clean up that signal.
was Nikolai when the Americans just like getting destroying half of Saudi Arabia, trying to get to al-Assad, and
Yeah,
just
I know.
advancing, cutting through the Saudis like knife out border, and then getting nuked. Didn't Nikolai just like couldn't have warned the Americans as well? And I know there's a lot of paperwork, but like not as much because they're the same military alliance. They're probably American British troops in Saudi Arabia for all of them, you know. So yeah, they're part of the same like, sure, not the military, but the same like. There's lots of like NATO is so like so emphasizes so much intelligence sharing. It might very well be when it comes to this kinds of things, you know, intelligence in counterterrorism. So yeah,
Uh-huh.
Personnel. All right there.
I know. I just making stuff up. I know.
Good kill.
So that is pointing out.
You gonna get him? Good kill. Good kill.
Yeah.
Good, ready. Yeah, clear to engage. Get that guy. You got him.
Yeah. Sometimes it's tricky to see through the dark,
Roger, guy moving.
but when you're, but luckily you're able
That was
to.
right on target.
But luckily, with you got more reliable shooting efficiency with this ship than you do in the third.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a hit. Nail those guys by the building. Good, ready. Recount. Wait out in the
yeah. Watch them blowing them up.
Tracking.
They need to go. Sorry. I love the conversation, but they're gonna have to go. I have class tomorrow, and it's just
Personnel
gonna
closing
be
on the LZ from multiple sides.
a mess.
Close. Recommend you stick to the 25
If I don't
millimeter
go
vicinity
bad,
of the
right?
LZ.
Okay, now.
Damn. Okay, he's moving again.
Bye.
Yeah, yo, Sarge, I actually got to get ready for work. I just thought to drop
Maybe a part
a couple
2
minutes.
later, some other time.
care.
I don't know.
Okay, he's moving again. Crew, be advised.
Take care,
Friendly
Dragon
helicopters
Master.
entering the area.
Alright.
Watch your fire.
Bye.
Bye.
If I ever do something about COD in my channel, I'm gonna invite you then to repay the favor.
Yeah.
Bye.
Oh, take care.
Take care.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's just you and me, Chet.
This is gonna be one hell of a highlight.
Hopefully
reel.
more
Yeah, I
folks
heard
will
that.
come aboard. I honestly did not come prepared tonight, folks.
Crew, VIP is secure and in custody. Good job, everyone. Roger that. Returning to base.
All right. Now then. Here we go. Now for the Thanks for coming aboard, King. Thank you.
Hey, dude. I'm experiencing a storm, so if I'm
I understand.
in that much or there's a problem, yeah. So sorry.
No worries. I'm glad you came. Yeah. We're just about to go to the part where a nuclear bomb goes off, which is what sets off the events for the second and third Modern Warfare games.
Outlaw, this is command. We have a possible nuclear threat in the capital. Proceed to the minimum safe distance until the all clear is given by the next team.
Well, that was new.
Go, go!
Last time I checked, the pilot was wounded.
This is your captain speaking.
Wow.
We're in for some shop. Hang
They really changed, like changed it
All
to
U.S.
what?
forces be advised. We have a confirmed nuclear threat in the city. Nest teams are on site and attempting to disarm. I repeat, we have a confirmed nuclear.
Oh, wow! There goes the nuke. Wow. Wow. Looks like they did a lot more than just enhance the graphics. Wow. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was.
they wouldn't survive that unless they wore like a radiation suit or went underground.
Yeah. Yeah. Usually you have to go deep underground to avoid getting caught by the explosion.
Something has happened.
Because even if the like, for example, the people that survived in Japan from the nuclear explosion,
Yeah.
they didn't live that long.
No, they did not.
Like the
Yeah.
famous person, like one of the most famous people that survived that, Mako Inabe, the guy who played Aku from Samurai Jack, and he was also
Yeah.
the narrator slash the guy from Conan, the Asian guy from Conan
Oh,
the
really?
Barbarian and Conan, yeah, in Conan the Destroyer, and he was Master Splinter, for the 2007 Ninja Turtles movie. And he was also General slash Uncle Iroh in Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Wow.
He lived for he experienced that.
Wow.
I don't know if it was in Hiroshima or Nagasaki, but he experienced one of the blasts in those areas, and I'm assuming somebody shielded him from the blast, but he still got the radiation when he was a child.
Wow.
And he survived it, but he was lucky to survive. Like I think he died when he was like 71 or 72. So he lived a good long life for what he had.
Yeah. Yeah, that would explain things.
Yeah, they said he died of cancer, but I honestly believe the cancer was from the radiation from the explosion, that it finally caught up with him in his body, and it just said, you're done.
Yep, just like Jackson. Yeah, right. Did haven't gotten caught by the explosion. Man, that's gotta be real scary too.
Because the same thing happened with the people who when 9/11 happened, the smoke, like, sure, they didn't get injured from the attack, right? But them going near the building and helping people out, like the firefighters and police officers and civilians that were being good Samaritans,
Yep.
a lot of them died from cancer, like 10, 15, 20 years later. They died.
Wow.
Yeah, because of the smoke. I think it had some form of radiation or something.
Yeah, that's gotta be. Yeah, that's gotta been a lot to go through. And now we come to the part where the Captain Price and his team up with Kamarov to hunt down al-Assad and fight off the Internationals.
are protecting him. Perfect. Move out.
Yeah. Like him, Verona.
What the hell's going on up there? It's the
Yeah, I love this one. So here you're able to pick as many weapons as you can to fight the Russians.
I'm surprised they didn't do a Call of Duty movie or TV show, but then again, it probably wasn't going to be good anyways.
Yeah, and it would have provoked Russia as well.
All they had to do was put a disclaimer in every language in the world. This is a fictitious storyline based off a video game. The events in this story is not real, and it should not be taken as a serious threat whatsoever.
Yeah.
That's all they have to do, is put a disclaimer in every episode or in the movies. This is a fictitious war based off a fictitious video game based off of real life countries that are fictitious.
Exactly.
Because I think they did that for the movie Top Gun. They had to put disclaimers saying that this is a fictitious war movie. Because I think at the time we were still in the Cold War, right?
Yeah.
So we had to say that, oh no, this is a fake. You know, we're not really going after China or any Asian countries. This is all a movie.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
That's all they have to do. Like, it. Come on, it's like, it's kind of like superhero movies that are based off of like that take place in real states or countries, like New York, like Spider-Man or Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
All you have to do is say it's based off of the real thing, but it's fictitious.
Correct. Whoa. And they also have you fight the dog too in this game. Wow. Wow.
We are refueling at this time. Stand by.
Refueling.
Like for like the Rambo movies, right? They're
Oh, yeah.
they it's not real, but it's kind of loosely based off of real things in real life.
Yep.
The first one was based off of the Vietnam War. But the problem was, like, when they did the second one, it was almost like the Vietnam War 2, and people didn't like that.
Oh, yeah.
At the time, they did not like. They're like, why the hell are we going back to Vietnam in this version of the events of? It's like, oh, are we repeating this so we could win the fake war that we didn't win?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's why Rambo 2 was so controversial.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but
And in Rambo, and in Rambo 3, literally, it's controversial years later, like hindsight 2020, that we were working with the Taliban before they were bad guys.
Oh, yeah.
Which, like, no, they were the Taliban. Like, we helped them fight the Russians.
Yeah, I know.
And then years later, those same weapons, they ended up doing bad things with it. So Rambo helping out the evil group of the Taliban, that doesn't look good either.
Mujahideen. I know. Much of it was meant for propaganda purposes back then.
True. I mean, I'm gonna defend them and say they didn't know, though. They had no idea. Had they known, I don't think they would have included that in the movie. I think they would have just called them a fictitious group.
Same here.
And alter the storyline a little bit, but that's not Sylvester Stallone's fault, though.
Right. Yeah, they're doing that reboot, doing that origin film with the Atom Smasher actor, last I heard.
I heard that they were gonna do a Bollywood remake of Rambo first.
Building clear. No sign of al-Assad.
I don't know if that's true or not, but
Yeah, it would definitely not be good.
I think they should do one last like Rambo movie where he trains a new soldier, kind of like Creed. He trains this new soldier so he doesn't end up like him.
Yeah.
Then they could just reboot the whole Rambo franchise in flashbacks, like Rambo's talking to this new guy. You make a new franchise like they did with Creed, and you have a younger actor portray John Rambo, and that's the guy going forward for the reboots. He is going to be Rambo when he's younger.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Ah! Watch him. Captain Price is going to beat the crap out of him.
Why'd you do it? Where did you get the bomb? لم أكن وراء ذلك. Who the? لم أكن وراء ذلك. Who? Give me a name. A name. I want his name.
He doesn't understand the language.
Nope, he does not.
It's not a good idea. Here's the thing, you can't torture somebody if they don't understand you.
Yeah. Yeah, some of
Because
these scenes I did not see from the original. Oh!
There goes your lead
Who
if
was
you
that,
can
sir?
get a translator.
Zakayev.
Yeah.
Imran Zakayev.
Oh, so
Welcome back. Welcome back, Velcro.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how's it?
Hey,
How's
man.
it?
How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Pretty good actually.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a huge COD fan. Well, multiplayer, I'm not a huge COD fan for that. The single players are actually pretty good.
Yep, they sure are. Yep.
Imagine being able to build an app
Yeah.
with your name on it, just by
Yeah,
thinking
they
about
came.
it.
Yeah,
Meet
they are
Base
fun to play,
44.
especially the original. The originals are more fun to play than the.
It's a shame that the Halo TV show did so poorly.
Oh,
Because if it would have did well, we could have gotten a Call of Duty like movie or TV show. It's just something about. Yeah, go ahead, Valkyrie.
No, so I was just going to say, I despise the whole entire Halo thing. When they sit there and say, oh, it's not actually part of the universe, this is the silver, it's like, well, what's the point of calling it Halo then? You're not actually going to be a Halo TV, like anything to do with Halo. You're only taking the name of it just so you can get people to join.
You know why they're doing that? It kind of reminds me of Batman, the animated series. Like, it was originally supposed to be an animated adaptation of the first Tim Burton movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they kind of pivoted away from that. You know, like for example, Jack Napier was still Joker's name, obviously.
Yeah.
But they don't really show him as Jack Napier until Mask of the Phantasm, which basically splits off from Tim Burton's version of the franchise.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it became its own thing with the other additions like Superman and you know, Static Shock and other things like the Justice League and Batman Beyond. It became its own thing. So I think that's what they were trying to do. Also, kind of like Star Wars: The Extended Universe, right? With the video games, the comics, the light novels, and all that.
Oh yeah.
They were trying to have its own
universe. I'm not gonna sit there and. But
go ahead.
Saying they're trying to, like, to me, because I played Halo when it first came. Like, you know, I got an Xbox when they first came out, and all, you know, in Australia and all that sort of stuff. So I was stoked. And played Halo, and I loved it. You know, I enjoyed it. Like B Master Chief or John 117, depending on however you want to, you know, call him. And then you start learning a bit of the lore and stuff, and exactly how they made the Spartans, how everything happened, why the main reason why they actually had it, or why the Doctor actually made them as well. You know, it was all very interesting, and also watching some of the anime movie of it, where it had like I think it was called Halo Legends, where it had like little shorts of different parts of like the whole entire universe, and that was actually pretty interesting as well. But the fact is, the TV show, like I said, they decided to go to silver thing. focus on this girl that has nothing to do with the whole entire universe whatsoever, and her being like this whatever that she was meant to be.
She wasn't even
She-
Cortana, right? She wasn't even like
Oh
the
yeah,
human.
no,
The
no,
human.
the little
She wasn't even the human. What was based off of Cortana, the program. Like if they would have did the human version of her, then it would have made sense, right?
Well,
like, oh, this is
well,
Cortana's
Cortana was
perspective.
well, Cortana is the doctor, the main doctor. That was her thing. Okay, where the other AI were taken off of different other people as well. Like you only really saw Katana, and that was it. But when you get to like I think it was Infinity, you see some of the others, and that's where they started expanding the universe a bit more about going through the whole we're to the second generation of type of humans, and that sort of stuff. But Cortana was originally designed off of the Doctor herself. Like you can kind of see the similarities when you actually went through the game itself. But the little girl that they put in the TV show, you see, I didn't watch it because when they were discussing about what they're doing, it's like, no, you're not Halo. I'm sorry, but no, go away.
Yeah.
And when I actually asked some of my mates who actually watched it, they were like, "No, you just don't watch it at all. It's like Discovery. I don't want to watch that. Like I love Star Trek. Star Trek as well, but Discovery completely stuffs up so much in the whole entire universe itself.
Yeah.
So, and then they with Halo, they focused on this other female who was working with the Covenant, which makes no sense because no way would the Covenant actually have a human anywhere near them. They despise us. They think we're viruses for the whole entire universe and all this other stuff. So they wouldn't even have a woman. They wouldn't. Sorry, not a woman. They wouldn't have a human. Period. Especially a human next to the prophets or what are the three leaders are called again. None of that would have happened. Even the elites wouldn't have one. Or the grunts. I mean, not the grunts, sorry, the gorilla people. Like, they're even more fanatical than the elites. And elites are pretty fanatical as well. Unless you get into the Arbiter storyline, which was actually pretty good in number 2, Halo 2. So I know this is COD, and we're talking Halo.
No, but we're talking about the fact that because the Halo show failed, we're never going to get a good adaptation of Call of Duty for a movie or a TV show. Animation or live action, they're going to fuck it up. Regardless, they fucked it up with Halo.
They stuff up with a lot of things as well. Like I said, Discovery as well is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of the Star Wars stuff that they completely stuffed up. Like, what was the last one that they did? Was the one with the twins?
Acolyte.
Oh, you talk about
Yeah.
Obi-Wan or Acolyte?
No, the Acolyte.
Yeah, the reason why I say Obi-Wan because technically Luke and Leia are twins by fraternal twins by default.
True, but I mean more the new stuff. Obi-Wan I don't think was even that good as well. That made no sense. Why is he going off to see Leia? He's supposed to be looking out for Luke.
They retconned everything. Like that's
and then they made Leia was like better than Luke, which made no sense because if you watch the movies, Leia had no actual force powers. She only started.
She didn't.
Well, she's not actually. Yeah, but near the third movie, she did have Force sense.
Yeah, but the same thing could be argued with Han Solo. Remember that? Like he had a little Force sense too. Then George Lucas fucked it up with the Metachlorian thing. Like you can only be a special people. When in the original was no, anybody can tap into the Force. Even Jar Jar Binks could have tapped into the Force, right?
Yeah, that would have been funny.
It would have been, and there was also a theory that he was supposed to be the dark version of Yoda. That's why he was goofy and ridiculous. No, I'm serious. Apparently, the twist by the second or third movie it would have been revealed that he was an agent for Palpatine had people didn't shit all over, the original introduction of him.
I
And then
hear you
George had to
there.
retcon it.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
Now with
It makes sense why they had to change stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah, and now we come to this part where the Victor Zakhaev kills himself to avoid arrest. Here we go.
Restrain him now.
Whoa.
Yeah, the single player campaign for COD was actually pretty good. I enjoyed, especially I enjoyed. There were some parts that kind of pissed me off, especially the snipers. And there was one part where it's saved, and it was the part where was it one of the World War II ones, and you get to the checkpoint, and then there's a sniper up in the building or something like that, and you got people shooting at you all the time. So every time you get killed, which I did quite a lot because the sniper just kept on hitting me, it would be save, go back to checkpoint, get killed, like straight away, almost. It was almost that situation to where I had to actually, like move out the way. So there were some parts where it got really annoying, but that's probably due to the game bug or something. But majority of the stories was good because you're also following the British guy quite a lot. He was pretty much in most of them.
Yep. And here's the final mission of the game where you gotta outrun the ultra-nationalists after stopping a nuclear attack on the West.
Before Jason Statham was huge with the transporter movies, right?
Yeah.
And before he did that movie, what was it? Cell Phone, right? Which they could reboot that and use the iPhones now to make it even better. That was so ahead of its time, which is crazy. But anyway, he voiced the character in one of the Call of Duty games. He did.
No.
Before
I did not know that.
Yeah, before he was famous, like before he was like huge in any of those movies, he was a struggling actor, right? So he needed the gig.
Yep.
It's kind of similar to Vin Diesel playing the Iron Giant before the Fast and the Furious and Riddick movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was before they were famous.
So I think voice acting is probably a lot better than actually being, just a normal actor. I know you probably don't get paid as much, and there's a whole lot of other issues with it, but I just believe that voice acting is better in general. Like, you don't have to worry about dressing up. Doesn't matter what you look like. You just go in there, do your lines, and I reckon you would have a lot more fun as well.
You technically do if it's motion caption as well. Like, you have to do both. Like, it's like they put a microphone near you or like a boom mic while you're doing the motion caption thing. Technically, you have to dress up in the suit with the balls or the black or gray suit that they give you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's not an issue too much. It's just more of the difference between that and more the actual live action stuff.
Yeah. Because technically it's live. If you count like Pirates of the Caribbean or the Lord of the Rings movies, then it's like technically it is both. It's live action / voice acting.
Well, the people in Space Marine 2, they had to do the same thing as well. They had to dress up in the thing, the balls, holding the pretend bolter as well, doing their lines.
Whoa. Yeah, the bridge.
Oh yeah, I was about to say that, like, the District 9, the movie was supposed to be a Halo movie, right? So it was a failed attempt at bringing Halo as a live-action film to life. But, people were arguing of what they want and don't want, and Microsoft said, "Fuck it, we're not allowing you to use Halo." so it became District 9.
Which is kind of a weird movie in general.
Yeah, it was supposed to have a sequel too, and I guess for rights reasons, probably Microsoft was like, no, that's our money.
Mm.
So that's why they didn't get a sequel for District 10. It would have been called District 10.
Exactly.
But, you know, I guess it was a lawsuit, so they couldn't use it. It's just a shame, though, because, like, certain video games like Call of Duty and Halo, they would be great as a movie or TV show. But you have people that don't know, to quote the president of the U.S., they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Well, they don't, because also you have like things like The Witcher as well, TV show. That's probably another good example, because they don't want to use the law, what's actually written. Majority of the time, unfortunately, they want to do their version, or they want to, the so-called shipping as well of certain characters instead.
Like, dude, the Acolyte, they literally want to ship sisters as lesbian lovers. Can you believe that shit?
I know.
Like, dude,
And one
they're
of them appeared in
sisters.
Daredevil.
They're
Yeah, one
twin
of them-
sisters, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, yeah.
But then again, look, in this day and age, they probably would fucking do that. Disney being Disney. They would ship two sisters together. They don't give a shit. They'll just say, oh, well, because they have their force powers and shit, they don't have the same DNA anymore. So it's not incest.
It still technically is, actually, but yeah.
I don't agree with that either, but that's how they'll justify it in their minds. Like, no, it's not really incest because they're not really related.
Yeah, see, this is actually pretty awesome, this cinematic.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah. Yeah, here. Yeah, Bryce and Soap survive, but Gaz gets killed by the main villain known as the KF.
I like how it turns black and white or like a gray, representing that their imminent end is near.
Mm.
Like that means that it's almost over.
Yeah. Yeah. The good Russians
I like
coming
that
to the-
because it has that video game thing, like even in the Grand Theft Auto games. I think GTA 3 had that, or GTA 4. When you die or about to die, it turns gray, and then it fades to black.
Yeah.
I like
Now
that.
Guy took out the old man.
Hell yeah.
That was great.
There's more. Now that is part. Now that is modern. Now that was. Yep. Now.
You know, it's crazy that they never did this, though, guys. I'm surprised they never did a Grand Theft Auto or a Saints Row live adaptation, because that's not hard to do. It's literally a gangster movie or a gangster TV show.
Yeah.
It's not hard to do. It's literally you play like a low hood criminal, raise yourself in the ranks, and that's how you do it. But I guess it's rights, like they're not willing to give them part ownership of the franchise.
And now we come to Modern Warfare 2.
Question, I'm trying to remember which one it is, but which one had the Russian
Remember, switching to your pistol is always faster than reloading.
airport scene?
Smile for the cameras and don't miss. Shepard's gonna be watching.
Yeah, I don't remember.
This one.
Join the Prima Donna squad, if that's your thing. Okay, head on in. Timer starts as soon as the first target pops.
Michael Madsen, the actor, was in one of these games too. He was Bud from Kill Bill, and he was Mr. Blue from Reservoir Dogs, aka Vincent Vega. I think it was Black Ops he was in.
Yeah.
And Ray Liotta the guy who played Henry Hill / was Tommy Vercetti in Vice City. He was also in one of these games as well.
Yeah.
It's sad they're
speaking of
both
Black
dead
Ops,
now. Yeah, they both
Yeah,
passed
$1 million
away.
Reese died.
Okay, head upstairs. And
Yeah,
No, go
$1
ahead,
million
my man.
Reese
Back
passed
on my
away
course again.
a year or two ago.
All right.
And
All
he,
Hunter
in his
units,
last
get
role,
to
was
your
in Daredevil.
vectors. We're headed out.
Everyone get to your vehicles. We're moving out.
Wow. Yep.
Also, another interesting factoid. You know, there was a pro wrestler that sued Activision because they did a commercial where one of the soldiers was stabbing other soldiers with their bayonets / their knives and said, "We'll stab your ass if you don't buy this game," right?
What happens over here matters.
And that catchphrase came from a pro wrestler named New Jack. He wrestled mostly in ECW. And he sued them for millions of dollars because of that. I think they ended up not showing that commercial again. Because he's like, no, that's my thing. I own the trademark to "I'll stab your ass." And I did stab people because he did that. He used like a blade or a scalpel to make wrestlers bleed. And he would actually do that in promos. "I'll stab your ass."
But it matters a hell of a lot more who's swinging it.
A lot of these games used quite a lot of actors that we know these days anyway.
Yeah, I like it.
Yep. General Shepard. The main villain of this game was voiced by Lance Henriksen and portrayed by him with motion capture doing his role as the bad guy. He's a general who had lost his way after that nuclear explosion in Iraq.
Get up, Private Allen. Rangers lead the way. Move.
In the remake, he was voiced by the same guy who voiced the general back at home that was commandeering the mission.
Allen, switch to the M203.
Warlord, this is Hunter 2-1, requesting airstrike to grid 252171. Target is a white 12-story apartment building. Over.
Drop the rounds and across the river.
Hunter 2-1, this is Warlord. Solid copy. I have Devil 1-1, flight 2 F-15s online.
This mission, you're able to continue your battle against al-Assad's force,
Flight of 2 F-15s, time on station 15
but only on this level.
northwest. Holding area nice. Carrying 2 J-dams and 2 Hans. Over.
You know, it's also crazy that they had like famous Call of Duty players that became like huge outside of the Call of Duty community, like FPS and FPS Russian or Russia. Who, by the way, FPS Russia wasn't even Russian. He wasn't even Russian, which was hilarious. I think he was an American guy.
Sounds about right.
And he got arrested because him being a dumbass. I'm going to shoot guns and explosives on the internet and act like it's not a big deal, right? Like, dude, if you don't have a permit for that shit, you can't be doing that.
Oh no, you simply cannot.
You can't be
Miniguns are
using
definitely government only.
Yeah, the only way that you can get away with like using guns, you have to get a permit. You have to get a license, even if it's hidden carry or whatever. It's one thing. It's defending yourself from burglars in your house, right? Which you keep that on the down low, of course, right? But it's one thing if you're shooting online like bottles and stuff. Or targets, you can't be doing that.
Hunter 2, breaking away.
And he did it at his home. He didn't do it at like a shooting range or whatever, right?
Right.
If he would have done it at a shooting range, he probably would have got some leniency. He's like, well, he's just shooting himself, shooting targets at the shooting range. He's just having fun, guys. Cut him some slack, right?
Right.
He's not. He had weapons that were illegally purchased, and he was using them.
We're passing Tunnel Harvey. Cross Street Elizabeth.
Yep.
Roger that, Hunter 2-1.
That voice sounds very familiar.
All right,
Keith
stay
David.
focused, guys.
Yeah, it's Keith David.
Look at that.
Yep, he plays the sergeant of the Rangers in this game.
Watch those alleys.
He also played the commander, like the sergeant in Halo 1/2. He becomes the head guy by the end of the first game because the guy dies. And then he became the leader throughout the whole series.
I bet they're scouting us.
He also was Julius in Saints Row 1 and 2, and himself, a fictitious vice president version of himself in Saints Row 4. And
They were actually pretty interesting games.
And he became the president in Rick and Morty. He's the president of the United States in Rick and Morty. And he's getting his own spin-off series based off of that president.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, it's technically, according to, it's, I would say the superhero team, I forgot their name right now, would be the first spin-off series if you don't count Justin Roiland's Alien series that he did. You know, like that was on Hulu.
Yeah.
That technically was the superhero with the superhero Supernova, and I forgot Ice Train or whatever that guy was. That technically it was a YouTube exclusive. It was like for free and all that. It was like mini episodes and stuff. It was like a prequel series. That technically was the first Rick and Morty spinoff. But I guess they're not going to consider that. So Keith David, man, you got to give him his props.
Definitely
so
give him
good.
his props.
He's so good at doing voiceover work that they just say, screw it, we're just going to give you a show because you're that fucking good.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, I think voice acting is a lot more fun and interesting than just doing, normal live action stuff.
And he did do live action. He played the guy in They Live, the black guy in They Live, remember? You remember that scene where he was fighting to not look at the glasses? The sunglasses?
Yeah. Yeah, he was also in Transporter too.
Oh yeah, he was. And he Go ahead, Sarge.
Yeah, and he asked Jason Statham to tell us where you are, in which Statham declined.
He also was Goliath in Gargoyles. He was Spawn in the show Spawn, and in the certain video games he's Spawn.
Yeah, I've heard.
Not Soul Calibur. That was Michael Kevin Richards, by the way. That wasn't
Michael
Keith
Richards.
David. Yeah,
hang on, he played Spawn in Spawn.
And he played Heihachi in the Soul Calibur 2.
Wow.
The English version of Heihachi, obviously, which in canon he never spoke English. Obviously, they just gave the option to hear them speak English. So he was his English voice.
Wow. That's interesting.
It's a shame though that Keith David didn't get the. I'm assuming they assumed that Keith David was too expensive at the time to hire him to play Spawn. That's my assumption.
Yeah, mine too.
He was too expensive, or they thought he was too expensive. I bet you'd be like, no, I like Spawn so much, I don't mind a low pay rate for this. He did play Spawn in one of the Mortal Kombat games. I think it was Mortal Kombat 11. He played him.
Yeah. Wow. Man, they took them out.
Who did you say the actor's name was again, sorry?
Keith David.
Yeah. He was in Barbershop as well as one of the antagonists.
He also was in was it Friday 1 or Friday 2? the Ice Cube movie. He was in one of those. I think he was like a preacher or something. And,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because he was in Mass Effect as well.
Definitely.
As the admiral, and then depending on your choices in 2, he would become either the continue his position or he would be the voice for the I was going to say Australia, but no, for human, for the humans.
That's where this guy is headed.
Yeah.
Let's go.
This is the Brazil.
No, he
level.
was actually he's definitely a good actor as well.
Oh, definitely, dude.
Great actor.
I think he also, if I'm not mistaken, didn't he take over the role as Mufasa in some of the Lion King material when they couldn't get James Earl Jones
in the
TV show or in the direct-to-video sequels? I think it was Keith David who voiced Mufasa. I don't think it was James Earl Jones because look, I like James Earl Jones, but you got to remember, he's like, I'm getting old. I need all the money I can get, right? I can only spend so much money on the Star Wars stuff without spending it for my family, right?
He actually played in Caroline as well.
Yep.
Voice acted in that one.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, here you hunt for Rojas. Yeah, task force.
I'm surprised DC hasn't used him for anything. Comics, like Warner Brothers, for any of the superhero movies.
Yeah.
Like, he could be their version of Nick Fury, since they can't use Samuel L. Jackson for anything, because he's basically exclusive to Disney.
Yeah.
This game is packed with characters in your head. And you haven't tried it yet? Man,
What was that? Whose dog is that?
It's not mine.
Oh, that would be mine.
Wow.
Yeah, my dog's quiet right now, so it's not mine.
That's cool. I don't have any.
No, so it's mine. He wants to play and all that sort of stuff. So he's a puppy still.
Yep, dogs will be dogs. But he is friendly one, right?
Majority of the time, yeah.
Thanks for stopping by, voice protagonist. Yeah.
I think he also played he played the villain for Tales of the Hood. Remember that movie?
Never heard of it.
Oh, dude, it's a good movie. It's the one where it's kind of like Tales from the Crypt or like the Twilight Zone, but for black people.
Wow.
And it was kind of like an anthology, linear, like mini stories into like one big story sort of way, right? Like they all connect to each other little by little, like these short stories. Oh, this person died this way and that way. And then it leads into the big finale where the people talking to the funeral director, they don't know that they died. And that, he opens the caskets revealing that they died. And he's like, "Welcome to hell, you piece of shit." And he's actually the devil. Yeah. Like he revealed like they actually died. Like that funeral home was all bullshit, or they thought it was a funeral home, which is kind of crazy. Like how would you not know you died? But I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that like because some spirits die. I mean, they say that some spirits die. They don't know that they're dead. That's
Yeah.
probably the only explanation of why that would even make any sense. Well, they didn't. They probably didn't even know they died. They probably thought they got shot once and they just ran away.
Uh-huh.
So Keith David took over the role of the main character of the devil character in the first movie. He took it over in the sequel that came out recently, a couple years ago.
Man, this level is intense, where you have to fight your way through. Welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Hello.
I actually remember this doing this, pretty much was intense and kind of fun as well at the same time. Like I said, the story that they did back then was actually pretty good with majority of them.
The same actor who voiced Kaz returned as Simon Riley, aka Ghost, for this game. Then they both appeared in the same game, voiced by different actors. In the remake of Trilogy.
Yeah, because royalties, man. Activision / Microsoft, they don't want to pay the rights for that.
Indeed.
Which is weird because in the Grand Theft Auto, the Trilogy remakes or enhanced editions, they're not really full remakes, right? They still use the original voice actors. So I'm assuming that Rockstar / Take-Two were really smart on the contracts. Like, guys, when you do this game, it's a one-time payment only, and if we ever remake this game in the next 20 years or so, you can't ask for us for more money because we own the voice for your character.
Yeah.
That's probably how they got around it, because that's what they did. They reused the same voices from 20 years prior.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So whoever was Rockstar's lawyer / Take-Two's lawyer, very smart. They don't have to get new voice actors.
Yep. Wow, these commercials can be really annoying.
Yeah.
I've seen this commercial like 20 times already today.
Refresh the everyday
Yeah.
Mentos gum. Yes to fresh.
I have no interest in your Mentos gum. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen this commercial way too much. It's annoying, or variations of it.
Yeah. Whoa. Ah, love this kind of gun. Oh. Sharp gun. No. So captured it. Wow, look at that.
Bravo 6. We've got the package. I repeat, we have got the
Yeah.
package.
Command, ready for dust off. Send the chopper. Call
That
the
voice sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger a little bit to me.
skies are clear.
Yeah, I think
Send
that's the
Sounds
inspiration.
very Scottish.
Oh.
Command's got their head up their ass. We're on our own.
Uh-huh. And now we come to one of the fun parts. Yeah. Russia attacks the U.S. over the airport incident, Makarov Falls. See them parachutes?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. If that were to really happen, man, we'd be so toast.
Well, here's the thing. That's as cool as that is for a video game. That's not that's not realistic in real life because a parachute deploy isn't like always 100%. It's like less than 50% chance. So like a 40 or 30% chance that it would actually work.
Yeah.
Right.
The regular
need it.
the regular shoot and the emergency shoot, if that doesn't work, that deploys. So in video game it looks cool, but in real life they just land the plane. They're like, well, I ain't fucking skydiving.
Yeah.
I ain't. It's less than, it's like 40 or 30% chance of survival. I ain't doing that shit.
Nope.
You only do if it's an emergency, like the plane's gonna blow up. Well, I might die from this plane explosion, or I might die from falling off the sky. Well, I might as well take it off falling off the sky as me possibly surviving. So,
yeah.
Well, it probably would be more plane landing and also sea incursion as well.
yeah, because if you don't know how to fly a plane, or especially if the plane's on fire, if it's about to explode, you have to use the parachute. There is no choice.
Yep.
Yeah. And
But honestly,
yeah,
to even do that to any of the major countries, you kind of need to take out communications and all sorts of other stuff. It's not an easy task. Though that's probably about as much as I'll discuss about that on live.
Yep.
All I'm gonna say is if I was gonna use a parachute, and there's nobody else, I'm gonna use 2 parachutes just in case, because you never know.
Yep.
That way I have like 4 chances at surviving. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I have 4 chances. I have 2 regulars and 2 emergency shoots to deploy. If I, there's more of a chance for me to live.
Yeah. Yeah. These are the same guys from from Afghanistan that you get to play as the Rangers. Yeah. Here you get to fight. Here in the plaza area at this level, you get to hide and shoot the bad guys in each of the restaurant joints, including that pig.
Give me a sit rep. Where's that?
Thing.
Moved into the meat locker. Practically bulletproof. What's his status? Still unconscious. You got a medic?
There's Keith David again.
What else? You got a supply drop on the roof with an M5 sentry gun. Ramirez, get to the roof and check out the supply drop.
Supply drop. Yeah, Nate.
We're all out. Roger that. Ramirez, this is Foley. Get to the roof. There's a maintenance ladder in the kitchen. Hands up, ladies. We got trucks to the south. Ramirez, he's coming from the south. 2 dozen plus foot mobile.
Scope weapon.
They're using smoke to cover their advance.
Look at them shoot him here.
Jeez, I would have just used the minigun.
Me? Yeah, you. Don't you want to play?
All
A
right,
fake South Park character. Can you believe that?
Oh yeah. Yep.
You know, I just found out recently. This is crazy. Speaking of South Park, you know the famous World of Warcraft episode, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I love
They
that
were
one.
ashamed of that episode. They were afraid that that episode was going to be the shits, and they didn't want to air it. And Comedy Central told them, "No, you're fucking airing it whether you like it or not." Probably because Comedy Central / Viacom already got paid by Activision. Already, they're like, "Nope, we're airing this whether you like it or not. We already got paid."
Good. That's a good episode.
It was a good episode too. I don't know why they said it. Like, they didn't like it or they felt like it was terrible. No, the fans loved it.
Yep.
And it got more people into World of Warcraft because of that.
Yeah, I wanted to play after that episode. Never did, but I still wanted to.
That's crazy that they were like, "No, we don't want to air this episode because we're ashamed or embarrassed of it." No, it worked. They should.
Yeah, it was funny as hell as well, and it did kind of pay it out, but also,
yep,
it was still good.
I'm surprised that like they didn't do Guitar. They technically cameoed Guitar Hero when they were doing the Poker Face song, right?
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't do more of that. Like, did episodes where it had Call of Duty, Guitar Hero, you name it, anything.
That would have been cool.
Activision Blizzard had, like, even Diablo. Like, you could have done episodes like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nope. You know what the funny thing is though? In Rock Band 3, you can actually have it playing Cartman's version of Poker Face in the game.
I like that. It's kind of like an Easter egg.
Uh-huh. You just hear Cartman sing a Poker Face right in the background.
Yeah. Now they're about to take a trip to the.
I guess it's an official crossover thing. They're like, "Well, you scratched our back, we'll scratch your back."
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, now they're gonna go into the diner. They stop the
Also,
guys shooting you.
it was the first South Park episode to get away from the traditional animation style, and I'm not talking about like the the paper puppet style that they did, right? I'm talking about like introducing a new animation, even though it's a video game technically, right? It still counts.
Yeah,
they lifted they lifted World of Warcraft into South Park to animate.
Wow,
so that's pretty cool. They literally just. I'm assuming they created new animations or recycled the animations from World of Warcraft.
Uh-huh.
Be shocking.
For the episode.
Nice work, team. Regroup over here.
Yeah, I don't know what the creators were thinking. That was actually a good episode. They didn't want to air it, but yet it's one of the most memorable episodes in South Park history.
Yep.
Wow.
Ramirez, regroup in the restaurant.
Oh.
You got him. Good kill.
Wow.
Enemy fast movers! Take cover!
I love those type of missions that you had in Call of Duty, especially when you had to just be the plane for like the whole entire thing.
Oh yeah.
Rain down hell, pretty much.
Take your team and secure the Burger Town. We're gonna move Raptor over there.
Just makes me fire.
Yeah.
Everyone else, listen up. We're moving Raptor
Yeah,
ASAP.
they bring the fight to Virginia and Washington D.C. in this game. So, and then in the third one, you bring the fight to New York and Europe, and to Dubai, which is located southwest of where this game ends, which is where it began.
I remember one of the Modern Warfares actually had co-op, like not just go online and kill other people. It actually had like hunts up someone down or something like that in a certain co-op situation. Where it was like you and probably 2 or 3 mates or something like that. And you just did a little mission area. Just can't remember which one it was that actually did that. And actually, I enjoyed those ones. They're actually very fun.
I've never gone to Call of Duty. I've only played like a few of the games.
Oh, open fire. Kaboom. Oh. Yeah. Predator drones kind of look fun when it comes to survival. But, yeah.
Yeah, you ain't surviving that unless you're like underground or something.
Yeah.
Correct. Oh.
I love doing stuff like this in Saints Row the Third when you got the weapon like that.
Yeah, Saints Row was awesome. Like it's so sad that game franchise like is dead now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The reboot did
The
not help
reboot
it.
killed it. It killed it. I'm like, it's like a rock in a hard place because you want to support like anything Saints Row, but it's like this game is garbage. The storyline's garbage.
Yeah, but the problem with that, it wasn't the original people who did, all the other games weren't really there, and they did say we're cutting down the jokes that we did beforehand, and all that, which is the same thing with Rockstar with their Grand Theft Auto 6, and the big patch that they did with number 5 that removed a lot of other so-called offensive stuff with certain people, which is stupid. It's like
it is because it's
like those
Grand Theft Auto was known.
Equally.
Rockstar was known for their humor.
And they normally paid everyone else out as well. It didn't really matter who you were.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's a shame. It's a shame because Saints Row, besides True Crime, right, was probably the best alternative, or the movie games like Scarface or the Godfather games. They were the best alternative to Grand Theft Auto.
Yes.
Yeah, because they brought in the humor and the seriousness at the same time, especially with 2.
Yeah, and it sucks because the first one was only exclusive to the Xbox 360 unless somebody leaks the ISO source code for Saints Row 1 for the PS3 or something.
Yeah.
And it's not even for the PC even. It was only for the 360.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
And it's ridiculous. Like, dude, you could have made so much money for the PC/PS3 by releasing it as a double pack, right?
Yep.
Saints Row 1 and 2 for the first time for the PC and the PlayStation 3 as a double pack.
Yeah, I agree.
But instead, no, we're not going to do that. Like what was the name of the Volition? They made a lot of mistakes. That it wasn't just overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Like the second game, it screwed up a lot of things. Like technically, the first game screwed up plans for the second game already, because technically they did the second game first, or some concepts for the second game first before the first game.
Yeah.
And then they switched it, like Julius was a traitor when he wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
They changed it at the last minute because the animators didn't want to fucking make him be bled out in a back alley. So they made Julius plant a bomb instead in the game, which was a dumb mistake. And then in the second one, they kind of... It just didn't make sense. They made Julius seem like a traitor when he would never betray the Saints, ever.
Yeah.
He would never do that. And then you had Troy not getting his upcomings. Like, he didn't get confronted at all for betraying the Saints.
Yeah.
Dex ran away like a coward.
Mm-hmm.
And we were supposed to
he also set you up, too, with Dax. I mean, he also set you up with Julius in the church.
Yeah, Dax was supposed to be in Saints Row the Third, and they scrapped that. So what was the point of Saints Row the Third? others outside of going to a new city?
Nothing really. I mean, I love
They
Saints
made
Row
a
the third and all, but
lot of mistakes, man. Like a lot. Like it was so stupid. Like another one was the Saints joining Ultor, which they would never do. The ones from the first game slash the early second part of the game, no, they would never join Ultor. They would fucking kill them before
Agreed.
joining them.
Yeah.
The only reason why they did was because Ultor has ties to Red what was it? Oh my god, what was the name of that game? It's in the same universe as Red Faction, I think it's called.
Yep.
Where Ultor is also in the future. So that's why you can't kill them off in this, which is ridiculous. You could literally say it's an alternate universe.
Yeah.
Where the Saints killed them off. That's how you explain it not being a plot hole.
Yeah. I can see that.
So no, we have to keep Ultor alive so that way that other game could explain why they're still around like so many years later. And supposedly the staff from the first game, they didn't come back for the second game except for like 2 people. And then the same thing for the third game. Nobody came back from the second game.
Weird.
And it's weird because I was like, this feels like two or three different games. It turns out it is.
Yeah.
Outside of the name.
Well, at least 2 and 1, at least there was some cohesion there. 3 that felt like its own complete thing.
Yeah, because during the reason why 1 and 2 kind of make sense, because a few of the developers, and they kind of were developing them around the same time, like the beta / alpha builds.
Yeah.
And then they left the project, and then they did whatever they wanted to. But the third one, it was like a sequel that wasn't necessary. The only reason why the game even exists is because they killed Johnny Gat, which wasn't necessary.
Well, not dead, but taken by Zinyak.
They retconned it. They retconned it though. Like they said he died, and then they said he didn't die later.
But then they made the Johnny Gat in Hell or whatever it was.
Yeah, Gat out of Hell. Gat out of Hell.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because that was the first time outside of the player or the boss, anyone was a main character of their own game.
Yeah.
So Johnny Gat got to be a protagonist.
Also Kenzie. There's also Kenzie too.
Oh yeah. Kenzie is the second one, but obviously because it's called Gat Out of Hell, he's the first one to.
Because there's 2 missions that you're forced to play as him. It's the very beginning one, I think, and then it's the very last one where you fight Satan.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. I think the only reason why we got Gat Out of Hell because it was supposed to be Saints Row 5 or like a spin-off series with the boss is because Troy Baker, the voice actor for the boss, or at least the Caucasian version of the boss, right?
Yeah.
He didn't come back. He refused to come back for the game.
Damn.
Yeah, so the only voice that you got was Nolan North. Like Nolan North came back, but I guess by the time he came back, the developers of Volition was like, we already developed Johnny Gat as the protagonist as a backup plan. They're like, no, we're not going out of this. We're gonna continue with Gat Out of Hell, and that's it. So and the reason why Troy Baker left was because Troy he stopped doing anime roles / he stopped doing like low tier video game roles.
Yeah.
He started doing like the AAA titles instead. Like Batman or anything that's like huge like that, any huge IPs. That's the only time he was voicing characters.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of disappointed in Troy Baker because it's like, dude, you were a rock star. You were an indie rock star guy from Texas that didn't give a shit about voice acting. You only got the gig because Chris Sabat saw you at a car dealership in Texas when you were both auditioning for the commercial, he gave you the job. If it wasn't for anime/low tier video game voice acting roles, you would never get your opportunities that you got.
Yeah.
That's my
Agreed.
problem. I like Troy Baker, but it's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
That's not right. You should have handled it better. You should have said, look, guys, I might do this, I might not. Don't just say, fuck this, I'm just going to do only the AAA titles or the AAA IPs.
Yeah.
Because it just makes it... Look, I get it. You got to have a roof over your head. You got to get something to eat. I get that.
But isn't that what the little small roles can do as well?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, you could do both. You could do both.
Yep, both indeed.
You can do a bunch of voice acting roles at the same time. But I guess it was he was lazy. He didn't want to do all at once. He just wanted to get a big paycheck and barely do anything.
Yeah, lazy.
Like, he left Naruto. He left Naruto Shippuden abruptly. He was Yamamoto. Basically the second leader of Team 7 for Naruto's team that he's in, right? He was that role, and then he left. Around the time that he left for Get Out of Hell, like he didn't return.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was still voice acting.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I'm just saying, if I was in his shoes, I would do my best to be to compromise in a way that I can do everything at once, as long as I'm not super busy.
Yeah. These executives at the studio and these studios can be a real pain in the ass when it comes to policy of how they behave and stuff. But I still gotta wonder though.
Because I'll give you an... Oh, go ahead, Sarge. My bad.
Well, this original trilogy of the Modern Warfare games is definitely off the charts. Way the most playable of all Call of Duty games. The third one is of this original trilogy is my favorite. The first one is my second, and the second one my third. I mean, it's more real world and more grounded than other Call of Duty games because they don't have the zombies in them. Yeah. Here in this level, you go fighting the Russians in the rich people's neighborhood.
So where's the Russians?
These guys you're shooting at. Yeah, these soldiers the enemy soldiers you're shooting at. And that, as well as who are also trying to shoot at you as well. Man, I don't know what this player who was doing this game was doing, going around in circles, but he was trying to look for these Russians. Yeah, use a shotgun. Oh, wow. Ah, Striker. Yeah, the ultimate popper. Russian pop gun. Speaking of pop, you guys know when K-pop's in theaters?
No.
Wine cellar.
Ramirez, use your laser designator to call in artillery on those vehicles.
Oh yeah.
Boom.
Yeah. Dude. Yeah. Took long enough for him to get the laser tag on those things. Ah. Man, this guy who was playing this game, I don't know what the heck he was doing.
Coordinates confirmed. Firing.
He had to use a sidearm for that? Boom. There we go. Blowing up the enemy vehicle.
Overlord.
Nice.
2-1 actual. AAA has been neutralized. We're heading to 4677 Brookmere Road. Interrogative. What exactly are we looking for? Over.
Sergeant Foley, this is General Shepard. Your objective is to extract a high-value individual from a panic room on the second floor of that house.
Yes, sir.
He'll be expecting you. Challenge is Ice Pick. Countersign is Phoenix. Get him out of there. Report back to Overlord. Shepard out.
Wow. An airliner crashing into this mansion.
Hey, Ice Pick.
Oh boy. Tried to get into a safe room, but he couldn't. Oh. Well, Sean Flynn could ask an interesting question, guys.
Ramirez, get that briefcase.
Never played any.
You can unmute yourself now. Yeah. What do you think,
Check
King?
out these tats. Not your average trooper, huh?
Huh. Get a couple of photos for G2 and check the bodies for intel.
Who up?
Shepard's not gonna like this. Overlord, the HBI is dead.
Yeah. Yeah, they were discovering one of Makarov's men. Alright. Let's take one. Anyway.
Near Ghost.
This dude, Artemis, is probably one of my favorites.
Anyway.
That
Continue where we left.
is
Price was held hostage in the Gulag, located in Far East Russia.
Yeah.
And the open company go to rescue him. Then they meet up with over here in Siberia, where they work with him to look for a Russian sub in order to use its nukes to create an EMP to launch above the U.S. airspace, which is crazy too.
5 men, automatic rifles, frag grenades, 1 German Shepherd. Dogs. I hate dogs. These Russian dogs are like pussycats compared to the ones in Pripyat. It's good to have you back.
Pripyat.
Roger that. Let's follow them quietly and pick off any stragglers. Patience. Don't do anything stupid. Convoy coming. Get out of sight. Let them pass.
Yeah, enemy convoy.
Two of them are stopped for a smoke. Take one. I'll take out the other. Good. I'm ready. Let's take them all out at once.
Oh,
You
no.
take the handler and his dog on the left.
Oh. Whoa.
Doggo.
Wow.
That poor dog.
Unfortunately, it's either the dog or you.
Yeah,
I prefer pets over people most of the time.
I know.
Yes, but I'd rather not get mauled by a dog either. So
That's a fair
Agreed.
point.
Yep.
I will use the tranq dart on the dog and use the regular gun on the handler.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh.
So our intel
Oh,
was
loud
off.
noise.
The Russians have mobile stands.
Roger that.
Mobile cam.
I'm working on it. Out.
Incoming! Look out!
Here comes a mobile armored vehicle.
I kind of feel like saying plot armor at the moment.
Slow down. Their vehicles can't follow us this far.
Let them pass. Looks like they're searching for us. Dog patrol. 3-man patrol dead ahead. Take them out or leave them be. Your call. Nicely done.
Yeah, nicely done. You just used the whole entire clip.
Yep. Captain Price will compliment you depending on how well you shoot your enemies without giving away your position.
Large patrol at 12 o'clock. Use a suppressed weapon. We'll have to take them out at the same time. Take the two on the right. Well done.
That was a close one.
Oh.
My dog.
Yeah.
We got another dog patrol.
Wow.
Take them out or try to
They
slip
really are
past.
muddling
Your
dogs.
call.
Oh, here comes some more. Oh. Yeah.
Good work.
Wow. Yeah.
So, what's the status of our air support? Over.
A UAV loaded with ATMs is en route to your position.
Roger that. This ridge is perfect. Roach, take control of the Predator drone.
Ah, Predator drone. Oh dear.
What just happened?
There's a mobile SAM site in the village. It just shot down our Predator. So, we need another Predator.
Mobile drone.
Roach, they know we're here.
Oh. The village. Oh, good stuff.
Nice work on that SAM site.
Thanks, but we better get moving. Those explosions are going to attract a lot of attention.
Five plus KIAs. Good hit.
More,
Good hit. On the
more
ATMs,
Predator drone
stand by.
takedown.
ATM missiles online.
Oh.
Good hit. Looks like at least 3 kills. Roger that. The second Predator is almost in position. Make it count. These things don't grow on trees.
Well, no, they cost what? Get into dollars or something?
Soften up their defenses with the Predator.
Watch for the flashing strobes. That's us. That got their attention.
Look out the chopper.
Better hurry. You've only got a couple of minutes before that submarine dives. We're moving. AGM missiles online.
Ah, high integrity.
AGM missiles online. I repeat, AGM missile is online. Direct hit.
Put more aboard.
AGM missile is online.
Ah, here goes the pool.
Good effect on target. BTR destroyed. Army
BTR.
AGMs, stand by. Army AGMs, stand by. Army AGMs, stand by. AGM missiles online.
All right, here we go. Another deploy.
They're down. Arming AGMs, stand by. AGM missiles online. Arming AGMs, stand by. Multiple confirmed kills. Nice work. Arming AGMs, stand by. Arming AGMs, stand by. AGM missile is online. AGM missile is online. I repeat, AGM missile is online. He's down. AGM missile is online. Direct hit.
I'm going for the south.
Arming AGMs, stand by. Arming AGMs, stand by. AGM missile is online. Good hit. Looks like at least 3 kills. Alright, I'm inside the sub. Cover me, I'll need a few minutes. Army AGMs, stand by.
Incoming. 2 trucks to the east.
AGM missiles online. Good effect on target. Multiple enemy vehicles KIA.
More vehicles to the east. Use the UAV.
Army Arming AGMs, stand by. Arming AGMs, stand by. AGM missile is online.
Chloe.
Good kill. Truck destroyed.
Contact to the north, on the dock, next to the sub. Christ, are you there? The silo doors are open on the sub. I repeat, the silo doors are opening on the sub.
Oh boy, your launch time.
Christ, come in! They're opening the silo doors on the sub. Come on, hurry! Christ, will you properly? The silo doors are open! I repeat, the silo doors are open!
Ah, he's launching one. He launched a nuclear missile into the sky.
Missile launch! Missile in the air! Missile in the air! Two black!
Wouldn't it have been easier to use the Reaper to shoot a couple of rockets into the sub?
Oh yeah.
Gentlemen, the missiles vector puts it en route to the East Coast. We will lose the White House. We've rebuilt it
Colorado
before.
military.
We'll rebuild it again. Casualties? Possibly 30 to 50,000. Depends on the exact location of the detonation. All systems will go down. General Shepard, you warned us. We should have listened. When they speak of this moment, we will not be the ones who stood guard while America died. One man is responsible for all this. Makarov must be brought to light. Whatever you need, General. You've got a blank check.
Yeah, blank check. Blank check.
Dagger 2-1, this is Overlord. Do you copy? Over. Dagger 2-1, this is Overlord. How copy? Over.
Take this and stay down!
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I remember this one as well.
Yep. Good time.
Majority of it was actually.
Check his health! Hey, ammo down! There's too many of them! Got it! Tracer! 3 rounds left!
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Defend this position!
And here we go.
Come in, Sat-1. This is ISS Control. Houston's requesting a feed from your helmet cam, over. They want you to look over towards the dark side of the Earth. Should be cresting the horizon about 15 degrees east of the starboard PV rays. There it is. We're getting your feed,
There's the
Sat-1.
nuke
Come in, Houston. Are you getting this?
flying above the ozone layer.
Copy that, ISS. Video feed from Sat-1 is clear. Sat-1, keep tracking the bogey. We're looking into it. Stand by.
Houston, we're not scheduled for any satellite launches today, are we?
ISS Houston, stand by. We may have a problem here.
You may have a problem.
You definitely have a problem.
Houston, this is ISS.
Whoa! Here it comes, the shockwave. Oh, wow. Costing the life of a few astronauts at the same time. Well, it was more important. Oh, damn. Clever Captain Price.
To be fair, that's the way to do it.
Damn. Yeah, EMP. Electromagnetic pulse. Ow.
What the hell are we gonna do now, man? Rush the guns out, dump the shit fall from the sky, we're screwed.
Damn, how many helicopters do they have in the air?
Our weapons still work, which means we
Too
can
many.
still kick some ass, what?
Wow. Dang. Yeah, raining choppers.
They're here.
You going out there? Are you nuts?
It's like almost look like a whole entire fleet of them.
Yeah.
It's over. Come on. We still have a water fight.
Yep.
What the hell happened here? Oh, man. It's quiet.
Here's your red dot. Working mine's out.
Mine's out, too. This is good.
Turning your school project into an AR experience.
Commercial.
First, Photoshop
Yeah,
to create
the
a
darn
texture.
commercial.
Remove the background and add a map.
At least it's skippable quickly.
Wow. Looks like optics are down.
Check it out, man.
Comms, too. There's not even a street light for blocks. Damn it. All right. We gotta regroup with whoever's left out there. Corporal Dunn, take point.
Hey, Sarge, it's actually about to be 12:30. I do have to get going.
Okay.
Sorry I couldn't stay longer, but I do have to go right now.
Thanks for coming, Philip.
Oh,
No worries, mate.
Oh, good talk. Fine, getting to talk to you, Val.
I'm just a runner. Don't shoot.
Uh-huh.
Peace, guys.
Proper response is
Catch your mate, enjoy yourself.
What do you got?
Take care.
Colonel Marshall's assembling a task force at Whiskey Hotel. You guys need to keep heading north. So where are you going then? Tell everyone else. Get to Whiskey Hotel. Go.
You heard the man. Let's go.
Yep. That's our 3 now. You still there, King?
Dunn, you're up. Clear. I got our 6. Copy that.
Star.
Oh. Wow. Oh. Yep. Grenade launcher.
Cover me. Contact 117.
Wow.
Is that automatic shotgun or just
Yeah. It's called a striker. It's a Russian, an advanced Russian shotgun. Ah! Took them down.
I want those guys inside.
What about?
They're trapped.
It's clear.
I got our 6. Go.
Yeah.
Move up.
Feet dry.
Cut the jet.
Pretty sure that would smell down there
Ramirez,
as well.
Take point.
Whoa, check
Oh,
out the
yeah.
seal on this door. I thought the president's bunker was under the west wing.
No, that's just for tourists. This must be the real thing. Open it up.
Real or not, man, this place is history. Hope they got out in time.
Yep. And this next level takes place at the White House. Whiskey Hotel.
Get to Whiskey Hotel! Oh! Keep hitting them with the 244! Get more men moving on the left flank!
Dang. This is by far one of the most intense levels of the game.
Yeah, I reckon I died quite a lot when I was trying to do this as well.
I see. Wow.
Doug, get the door. Doug!
Sarge, are you reading this?
That's where we gotta go. Now get the door.
Roger that.
Nice.
We got less than 2 minutes before they flatten the city. We gotta get to the roof and stop them. We got less than 2 minutes. Let's go.
Waste of good time.
90 seconds. We gotta push through. Move up. Go. Go. One minute. Go. 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 Let's go. We gotta get to the roof now. Go. Go. Get to the roof. Move. Use your bird.
Yeah. Stopping a bomber.
Countersign detected at Whiskey Hotel. Aboard. We got a countersign. Abort mission. Aborting weapons release. Rolling out.
So, when we going to Moscow?
Not soon enough, man. But I know we're gonna burn it down when we get there.
When the time's right, Corporal. When the time's right.
All right. Now let's move on to Modern Warfare 3. Where the World War continues.
Compliance. Hi, team. Where are we? Are you at the beach?
All warfare is based on deception.
Because all the other ones went, I think 4 was different. I think the next one started getting to more futuristic style.
Yeah. Definitely.
What's the sit rep on New York? The Russian jamming rigs have neutralized our air support. As long as they maintain air dominance, it's a losing fight. We cannot lose New York. Are there any special mission units in the area we can request? JSOC's got a Delta Force team at Bennett Field. Call sign Metal.
Overlord, Metal 01 is up on Greensat.
This is Sandman. Understand we are OPCON to you. Over.
Glad to have you in our corner, Sandman. The Russians are using electronic countermeasures to jam our comms and guidance systems. The primary emission tower is on top of the stock exchange. I need your team to destroy it. The jammer's full spectrum, so until it's down, you'll have no radio contact. I have ground assets to get you close. Over.
Copy all. We'll get it done.
Frost! Frost! Get switched on. We gotta move now.
Yeah. William Fichtner, along with other talents such as Timothy Olyphant and Idris Elba, voiced 3 of the Delta Squad forces. Man, it looks intense. Building is coming down.
Jammer's 500 meters north. We'll leg it from here. Let's go. Brakes, truck, you up? We're good.
Wow.
It was.
Wow. Yeah. Action's more intense in this game than the previous.
Means don't shoot it, Bridge. No shit. Eyes on the exchange. Left side, dead ahead. Contact run. Hostiles in the open. Heads up, third incoming. Get off the street. Go right. Go right.
The stock is like,
Game plan. Same as before. Burn the jammer, kill the bad guys. Up the stairs. On me.
Can't even remember if I actually played this or
Bridge, truck,
not.
hold here till my signal. Frost, with me. Roger. Let's keep moving. Bridge, truck, tighten up. Maintain the timeline. We need to hit the exchange. Multiple voices. Alley behind the door. Frost, toss a knife bagger. This route should take us back onto Wall Street. Jammer's not far. Watch the windows and doors. Double check the shadows.
Truck, you getting anything on your comms?
Nothing but static. Jammer's got us in the dark.
Hold up, quiet.
Shooters in the store below. Switch them off.
Bridge, take up Overwatch while we clear the store.
Yeah, sorry about that, Sarge. There's a storm near me.
Contact, take cover. Hold fire, Anvil team approaching. Anybody hit? We're good. What's the sit rep on Midtown? Russians have it locked down. Kicking our ass. We can't get through. Any word on air support? Still nothing. We need to get that jammer down. We're touching Frost. Get on the XM-25 and flush them out. Building up ahead. Push forward.
pretty impressive, huh?
Yeah.
Inside the stocking. We'll secure the lobby while you hit the trading floor. Roger that. Metal, let's roll. Cover me!
No.
Frost up the ladder, we're on your 6. Keep moving. The jamming system, it's up on the 2nd tier. Frost, put thermite on the jammer's power supply. We'll cover. Contact on the computer in place. Clear the blast radius. Burn it, Frost.
Yeah. Picking out a communication disruptor.
AKA a jammer.
Yeah, the jammer. Arkham City had jammers too.
ISR is back online. We are detecting multiple hostiles on the rooftops in your area. You now have OpCon on a fully armed Predator.
Yeah, it's a shame that we're probably not going to get another Arkham game anytime soon.
No, not from what they did with the other.
It was so bad that the people who founded Rocksteady, they had to leave to start a new company because of DEI stuff. They didn't come up with that. That abomination of a video game, Suicide Squad versus the Justice League.
Yeah.
They didn't come up with that. But because they are the founders and they were originally a part of the project, they get the blame for it. And it's a shame because we're probably not going to get a Batman Beyond Arkham style game ever.
Yeah.
Proceed to New York Harbor to assist.
Yeah. They wasted too many resources letting these activists in to ruin the whole thing.
And speaking of waste, that was Kevin Conroy's final voice performance in a video game.
I know.
They wasted Kevin Conroy's voice. Yeah?
Wow.
What else did they lost?
I don't know. What was that? They lost Rocksteady?
Didn't they lose? Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't they lose like the whole entire company as well?
Well, yeah, well, basically, Rocksteady Yeah, Rocksteady left. The founders to form a new company. So basically, the makers of the Arkham trilogy, they're gone. You're not gonna
Yeah, they
have
will.
them. The blueprint for the Arkham games, you might have a vague idea what it could do, but they have it in their brains. They know what to do.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar to when MTV, when Mike Judge and MTV had a falling out with each other, and then he ended up going to do King of the Hill. They told him, we can do our own Beavis and Butthead cartoons, and you know what he told them? Yeah, you could do that, but it's not going to be as good as mine. And that kiboshed any plans for future Beavis and Butthead episodes without Mike Judge. Because they knew they couldn't do it without him.
Yeah. Yeah. Just sacrificing the minigun just to save the chopper. Mhm.
Well, it's either that or die, right?
Correct.
Overlord, this is 01. We are en route to the harbor. Over.
Roger, 01. The skies are clear.
Dead people can't use guns.
Right on.
Well, not yet, anyway.
This is Lightning 3-1. Guidance systems are back online. Standing by with a full payload of JDAMs. Requesting clearance.
Lightning 3-1, you are cleared to engage.
Bring in the hard deck. DOT 5 seconds. Weapons away.
A blowy.
Verify initial strikes.
Oh
on the
yeah,
Predator
speaking
fleet.
of Batman Beyond,
Sir, appears all sites have been
they were
neutralized.
gonna do a Into the Spider-Verse style movie in the animation style of the Spider-Verse by Sony, and Sony and Warner Brothers was like, no, we don't want that. Like, why would you say no to that?
What's the mission?
Infiltrate the vessel, take over
Yeah.
the bridge, then turn their weapons against
That
their
they're
own
full of
fleet. I need you to
crook
link up
work,
with the
just
SEAls and get it done.
wasting their
Good
time.
luck.
Dude, we could have had a Spider-Verse for the Batman series for DC, and that could have revitalized the animation department for DC and Warner Brothers.
Team 4, this is Metal 01. Radio check.
Because superhero movies are notoriously bad at making money in the box office. They just never. That's why we always get live-action superhero movies.
Just don't start the party without us. Almost through.
So they scrapped Batman Beyond. Also, there was going to be another video game of Batman Beyond, but it would have been Damian Wayne or Tim Drake as Batman Beyond, not Terry McGinnis.
Yeah.
And the only reason why this is known because the voice actor for him, because the game got scrapped or canceled and the NDA for what it would have been had the game release expired. He just said it on a live stream. He said, yeah, I was supposed to do this game, and it never came out.
Damn. Think
Because
anyone
they
got
canceled
out?
it.
Nothing we can do for them now. Maintain 295 degrees. 300 meters to link up.
Yeah.
Metal 01, got you on the tracker. Roger, approaching rendezvous. SEAL team should be up ahead. I see them.
Like the visuals underwater here.
Closing fast. Roger that.
Yeah, they look pretty actually good.
With the lighting and them swim.
Definitely.
You can see people swimming.
Or even Modern Warfare 2 looked pretty good. Still.
Yeah.
Got another mine. Clear. Power down. Here we go.
Going incognito.
Target approaching. Oscar 2, 8 o'clock.
1 a.m.
Steady.
planting a mine on the stuff.
Mine's armed. Clear out.
The mine must be waterproof because if not, it wouldn't work.
Overlord, this
Yep.
is Metal 01. Sub is surfacing. Commencing assault.
Roger 01. Continue to primary objective. We need control of the sub's missiles.
Position.
Bringing it up to the surface so they can get in.
Hatch opening! Contact coming out of the hatch! Frag out! Clear, head down. Sweeping clear. All stairs clear. Take left.
Приготовиться к эвакуации.
Let's go to the sub. Gotta move now. Cross, take point. We have to get to the bridge. Hold position at the door.
Okay, put a kicker charge on the door.
Love the slow-mo.
Area secure.
Gotta love the slow-mo on that part where you take out the bad guys while
All right, I got the launch keys. Overlord,
Yeah,
this is Metal
it's always fun to do.
Neptune, over.
Roger 01. Copy Neptune.
I have the missile key, and I'm accessing the launch codes now.
Grid coordinates follow. Tango, Whiskey 0566228.
Coordinates confirmed. Firing on Russian fleet in 30 seconds. Frost, get on the console. Three, two, one, turn. Overlord, missiles armed and launching.
Roger. SEAL team is in position for exfil.
Go, go! Amen to that! Frost, punch it! This is launching!
Yeah. Get away on speed, folks.
Missiles coming in! Keep on going, Frost! Shoot the mines!
Ah, thanks for stopping by, Lisa Mason.
There she is. Go, go.
Metal 01, we are feet wet.
Overlord, mission complete. All Eagles accounted for.
Roger, Metal 01. Missile strikes confirmed on multiple Russian hard targets in your AO. All primary threats neutralized. Good work, team. That's one for the books.
Easy day, Overlord.
What will you tell him?
Yep, and here's where the main plot of the game lies. The president and his daughter.
The president. I'll see you at dinner.
Mr. President. Vasily. Hello, Mr. President. Dissident?
They're in the plane with diplomats.
Gentlemen, we have only two choices. Peace or war. Life or death. For the sake of our children, we must seek peace with the West.
President, now is not the time to appease our enemies.
We destroy our enemies when we make friends with them. If we cannot end our differences, at least...
That's gunfire!
Uh-oh. Plane's being hijacked. Yep.
Everyone down! Protect the president! Code red. I repeat.
Oh. Ha ha ha. Her father and this leader. Oh man, goodness. Yeah, weapons white are good, but weapons black are bad. How you're able to tell the systems between these friendly is possible on this level. And then gravity does the rest. Yeah, the basically.
Yeah, with the all these bullets flying around the place, I'm pretty sure there'll be a lot of holes going through the plane.
Definitely.
All clear. Water secure. Move up.
Oh. Plane's coming apart. Wow. Oh my god, that's gotta be scary. If you were inside.
There goes the tower as well.
Come on, Agent Kharkov. We have to find the president.
Location coordinates. 279. Clearing airspace in sector 211.
Move her to safety. Hot dog with me. You got to find the president. All teams secure the sectors. Evac is on the way. Team 4, report. The president is injured with Sale. Moving to your location now. Secure the area. We're on our way.
Wow. Here you're able to start your battles even more in the snow and the different geographical places around across the planet.
All agents, our situation is critical. The president's safety has been compromised.
Of course it is.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, but it failed because of one reason. Makarov.
Pow.
You know who I am?
Yes.
Then you know what I want.
You're insane.
Russia will take all of Europe, even if it must stand upon a pile of ashes. I want the launch codes, Mr. President.
You'll never get them.
Every man has his weakness. Find the girl.
Oh man, he's too smart. Disavowed.
The Russian president never arrived in Hamburg for the peace summit. With his whereabouts currently unknown, no one is certain what this means for the peace.
Looks like Makarov just played his next hand.
If he puts himself back on the grid, he wants it to be known.
So where do we start hunting?
Africa. Makarov's been using local paramilitary group to move shipments into Sierra Leone. From there, they go towards Morocco and into Spain.
He's moving north.
Right towards Her Majesty's doorstep.
Yep.
What's the cargo? I don't know, but it's important to him. Then I want it.
We can use the river to get in close. There's a factory in the camp where they store the shipments. The PRF's been waging genocide in the Highlands for months. They'll be everywhere.
Makarov wouldn't let this travel lightly if it didn't serve a greater purpose. And chances are the bastard will be there personally to see things off. If he's back on the grid, then so are we. Nikolai, we're just outside the village.
Copy. I'll pick you up in 1 hour.
The factory isn't far from here. Makarov's cargo should be there. Keep it silent. Let's move.
Ah yes, back on the grid.
militias all over this area.
So, try not to die this time. You worry about yourself, old man.
Vehicles approaching. Get down.
All men don't die. All men don't nearly die. Bend the other one then.
Well, at least you didn't pee on him.
Yeah, that's true. Captain Price. Captain Price.
2 X-rays, 11 o'clock. Take them out. Clear. They're gonna torch the poor bastard. Let's light them up before they light him up. Tango's up ahead.
Hold your fire. There's too many of them.
Don't do anything stupid, lads. All right, get ready. Move. Get off the road. Get down now.
Easy.
Now they're crouching to hide from the vehicles.
All clear. Hold up. Clear. 2 more on the bridge. We'll have to take them down. Wait for the truck to pass. Drop them. Move up.
See the factory. It's just up the road.
Right. Soap and I will advance. Yuri, you're on Overwatch. Get to a position on the roof and cover us.
Ah! And he had glasses on. Can't believe they did.
Hostiles approaching. 5 meters. 2 more from the west. Take them down. Move it up. Another patrol on the road. Take them out quick. Moving. Breaching now. Clear? This place is bloody empty. Nikolai, the factory's a dead end. No sign of Makarov.
He must have moved to the militia's headquarters at the center of town.
We're moving there now. Heads up, we've got company. We're compromised.
Uh-oh.
Always compromised.
Yeah, now they gotta kill these bad guys on the ground.
Yuri, run! Rally on me!
Yuri, push forward.
Oh, now they're blowing the liquid village.
Copy, I got it. Target, 10 o'clock. Roger, I have a target.
Area clear.
Through here, let's go. Yuri, over here.
Wow, Captain Price was up close right there.
All that matters is Makarov's cargo. Keep moving.
Oh yeah, technical. Incoming technical.
Technical, get ahead. Lay down cover fire. Put fire on the technical.
Watch him go, ripping these bad guys to shreds with that minigun.
Contact left. Another technical incoming. Take it out.
Contact front!
Contact left. Fire the fire and burn. Get up! We're gonna get out of here! The whole militia's headed straight for us! Don't stop moving or they'll dial in on us! Water incoming!
Oh, mortar fire. Yeah, these mortars would definitely kill you or cost you your leg if you got hit by a shell.
It probably would actually.
Definitely. Right on target.
Yuri, slap the bastards! They're done. Okay, we've got a large group of militias heading our way. Then let's give them a proper welcome. Yuri, man the mortar on the roof. Start putting shells down range. Use the mortar and hose those bastards down. This way, 2 technicals and a bunch of troops. Light them up. All targets in the village are hostile. If it moves, put a mortar shell on it. Keep firing a mortar! That's good for now. Let's move. We need to hit the church. We're running out of time. Through here. Nikolai, approaching the church now. You're sure the cargo will be there?
It's the only area they could have moved into. If not there, then it's already on its way to Europe.
Let's hope he's right.
Area clear. So, get the door.
Guys, there's the bomb! And lower the cargo! We're out of time! Get to that church now!
Push forward to the church.
Fury, push forward! Church is clear! Stack up on the door!
Alright, lads, let's do this.
And the dog or hyena.
Nikolai, the shipment's gone. We missed our window.
What about Makarov?
Must have done a runner. Just get us out of here.
Empty. What do you think Makarov was after?
We'll ask the bastard when we find him.
What's up? It's your girl Kiki Palmer, and this is my prime confession. Child, when I sat down and watched this show, I love the boys. I'm afraid to say the person that's my favorite character because he's a horrible human being.
Is it Homelander?
Yes, but he is an incredible TV villain. And all Homelander has to do is get you with them eyes like, oh, diapers. These are my most ordered items.
Okay.
Diapers so quick, like a blink of an eye, like who is pooping and peeing that much? Babies.
Ici la station Corse, nous avons intercepté un message crypté.
Idon, that's in go London now.
Prévenez les renseignements britanniques que nous avons un problème.
The French just intercepted a message concerning a suspicious shipment headed for British soil.
Have we identified the vessel?
No, sir. The call came from a number on the watch list for Forgotten Industries.
Wake up MI5 and notify them that we have an imminent threat.
Gentlemen, what do we know?
Nothing solid. Special branch is sweeping up known persons of interest, but we advise tasking SAS to investigate Tier 1 threats.
Patch me through to Hereford.
Ma'am, I understand we have unknown hostiles expecting a package.
MI5 has identified several possible points of entry. Be advised, the nature of the cargo is currently unknown.
Roger. My team is making ready. We'll be on plot within the hour. Don't worry, ma'am. Whatever they're up to, we'll put a stop to it. Base plate, we're online. Mint on view. Roger that, Bravo 6. There are multiple trucks in the docks marked Charity Worldwide. At this time, we believe they are target. That's a dodgy way of doing cherry work. The trucks are leaving the docks right now. Our source say what they were transporting. Intel on this op shows the shipment came from high-value targets overseas. Be advised, one of the trucks is still at the docks. Why not get a Spectre in here and sink the whole bloody thing in a river? Too high profile, Bravo 6. Vulture's birds will provide air cover for now. Let's just get this thing done and dusted. FLIR is picking up heat signatures in the warehouses. You will need to clear those buildings before securing the truck. My team will take warehouse 1. Bravo 9 will handle the other. Base plate, our window is closing fast. We're ready to kick this off. Copy that. All teams, you've got the nod. Mission is a go. All right, mate. Let's do this. That's the warehouse in front of us. Burns will sweep. You clean. Weapons free. Alley clear. Move. Got 2 more inside. Make sure they don't wake up. Bravo 9, you're check behind the door. Copy.
I'll just shoot you at a person's target with a whole entire clip.
2 targets down the alley, 10 meters. Take them down. Alley clear.
stairs. Got movement up ahead. Burns, take point. Sounds like more around the corner. Room clear. Bravo 6, this is Sierra 1. 2 hostiles on the top floor of your building. Taking the shot. Send them. Outer perimeter secure.
Ouch.
Green light, all teams, go! Through the glass!
And that would be an ouch.
Alright, south of perimeter.
Burns, open the doors. Nice, mate. The lorry is empty. What's the status on the rest of them?
Bravo 6, be advised. Tango's on the catwalk. Soldier 2, sort her out. Roger, inbound as well.
Ouch.
Soldier 2, keep us covered.
Copy, inbound to the front.
The one thing with COD is majority of the time it's always close quarters anyway. Never anything like big massive maps or anything like that. Even with the missions.
Copy that. Vulture 2-2, scout ahead and check stops. Find out where they're headed.
Seems to be a lot of Russians in this place. Yeah. And chasing the tram with a car. Nice.
Bravo 6, all metro exits from your location are located in the city. Over.
Yes, fuck that. That'd be insane.
Bravo 6, come in. Bravo 6, do you copy? Bravo 6, what's your status?
The train's done in under Westminster. Those bastards were using it for transport.
Be advised, the trucks are headed in your direction. Get topside an RV with Bravo 2.
Copy. Come on, Burns. Looks like it's just us now.
We got contact at Westminster Station. Copy, Bravo 6. Keeps her en route to ETA, 10 minutes.
Come on, mate. Let's get these bastards.
Geez, how many times is this person got to throw grenades around the place? Grenade. Grenade. Wasn't really a good throw for a grenade.
Local police are arriving on scene. Bravo 2 will be on station in 5 minutes.
Nothing takes 5 minutes. Keep pushing. They're falling back. Grenade! Frag up! Cheeky bastards! Contact, 12 o'clock! Right.
They're arriving on scene now.
He's in the open! Hold your fire! Hold your fire! Nice timing, mate!
This is a reminder to all passengers that there is strictly no
Truck is almost there! You better get topside!
All teams be advised, the truck is headed your way and coming in hot. Secure the area! The truck will be here any second! We need to knock this road down, now! There's the truck! Weapons free! Speed fast, running clear!
Base plate, the lorry's down. We're secure. What's the status on the others? Base plate, come in. Base plate, where are the trucks?
You got it? Are you recording? Okay, so this is day 3, London, and we're off to Sarah. Tell Daddy where we're going. We're going to Big Ben. That's right, Big Ben. Oh, there it is, sweetie. It's right there.
Boom.
Honey, are you getting this? Daddy, look over here. Look at me, Daddy. It's really hyper today. Sarah, don't go too far. Look, Mommy, there's birds.
No, no.
That's your daughter. You know she gets that from you.
Ouch. Actually, for a second, I thought Big Ben was going to blow up.
Attacks were triggered across Europe.
I repeat, Downing Street is within the contamination radius. Over.
It's been called the worst terror event in history.
This is GIGN HQ. The
My men out there are dying! I've been exposed!
This is Ramstein. We're under attack!
Roger, we are aware of the gas attack and are sending decon units your way.
Not the gas! We're under attack by Russian ground forces!
Say again, Ramstein. What Russian forces?
The entire Russian army! Request immediate assistance!
Eyewitnesses are now reporting Russian tanks rolling down the Champs-Elysees.
This was no act of terrorism. The attacks were intended to cripple our defenses and pave the way for an invasion. And now, with everything we've got.
Like I said, there's always the Russians.
Metal 01, this is Overlord Actual. You are being rerouted for Hamburg. We've got a principal-level hostage rescue.
Who is it?
The Vice President.
This is Helix 2-3. We're 1 minute out. Copy that, 2-3.
Helix 3 shows that. She's calmed down.
Roger, after 4 inbound. Roger, 2-6. Troops on deck. Already in holding pattern.
The convoy never made it to the extraction point. Let's find it and get these guys home.
Helix 2-3, Chuck deployed going into cover pattern.
Right on, you got a T-90 on the left side. Hide, hide! Tanks, keep going. Keep moving, use whatever cover you can find. Take cover. Don't stop, get off this beach. Don't slow down. There's a second wall. That's where the other point is. Move, move. Boy, smoke.
We're gonna need you boys to sweep the forward area. Make sure we're good to move up.
Copy, we'll clear you a path. You're good, right on. We'll take the right flank. Holding! Going right. Acquiring target. Stick to the right flank. Holding!
You okay?
I'm okay. I'm okay. Wow. My goodness.
All right, stand clear. We're gonna get you around to that. Copy that, Rhino 1. We're right behind
It's pretty much taking on the whole entire Russian army now.
out the other side. We're gonna have to take it slow. Not sure if they can handle the weight.
Car's hit! He's hit! Where are the targets?
Top floor of the building in front of you. Hit it now. Get up on that minigun.
Nice.
Everyone okay? Talk to me, Tutu. We're good. All right, let's roll. Got more inbound. 12 o'clock. Another T-90 is pulling up in front.
Never played Arma 3 at all. Like, I know a lot of people probably play COD more the multiplayer sort of aspect in, and you know, it's extremely small, like what, 16 people or something like that, so it's easy to kill everyone very quickly. Like, besides all the hackers and all that crap, but do enjoy Battlefield more, mainly because it's a lot bigger. And there normally is actually like vehicles and stuff like that that you can actually use.
All right, let's get this show on the road. Just move fast. Don't let them swarm you. So another group headed through here. After you, 2-1. Hey, whoa, wait! Back up, back up! Frost! Tutu, you all right? Tutu, come in!
You guys okay? Yeah, we're good. Can you shoot? Yeah, I can hold my own. All right, basics, fellas. Find cover. Return fire. Let us know if you need help. That's how we move fast.
That seemed like a waste of rocket.
Metal 01, ISR has spotted the convoy half a click from your position. Get there fast and secure a perimeter around that site.
Copy, we're on our way.
Neutralized. We're moving up.
Yeah, this guy loves his grenades. It's like throwing grenades or using the grenade launcher as much as possible. Even if it's one lonely little man.
L-01, have you reached the convoy?
Overlord, negative precious cargo. I say again, they're not at the convoy.
Copy. Check the area for any sign of the delegates, but be advised, Raptor 4 will be on station for exfil in 10 minutes. Over.
Меняй позицию! Look at me! Overlord, PID on the Vice President. We're ready for extraction.
Solid copy, 01. Great work. Raptor 4 is arriving on scene now.
Truck, Rich, we got our guy. We're on our way to LZ Neptune. Meet us there. Nice. I guess the first round's on us.
Use up the launch codes. 1, 2, 3, move it.
And back to the ads.
A Makarov turns Europe into glass. Once we get boots on the ground, it's going to get lively down there. Hopefully you can keep up, old man. I know you Yanks like to take all the credit, so Yuri and I'll keep the neighbors in check while we roll hard to secure the hostages.
Okay, weapons tight, guys. No one likes a dead hostage. What's the score, boss? Everyone's hostile. Ain't that the truth?
Ready? This thing's doing me faster. Easy, Rich. Top off your rifles.
Yep. We're just doing 2 more. Penultimate level.
Oof. Yeah, that wouldn't be fun at all.
Status! I'm good. We're clear. Heads up! I'm moving. All clear. Truck, you're up. On it.
Quite amazing. Yeah, I figure we move. Yeah, I figure we move to the. I figure we move to the two remaining levels of the game. It's getting late. Can't be up too long.
Yeah, no worries. I just muted myself. My dog's going off.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys for joining too. Let's watch.
Overlord, this is Sandman. We're at the bottom of the mine. We're gonna need air support.
Here we go.
Affirmative, Sandman. We'll chop a predator to you.
Ready?
I'll take a sneak up.
Viper 4 troops are on the deck. Viper 6 team is on the ground, going into cover better. UAV is on station with a full load of AGMs, ready for targets. Viper 4 taking out targets at the construction site in al-assad. Nice work.
Boom.
Multiple KIAs. AGMs online.
Ouch. Wow, they got ahead.
AGMs online. Predator drone ready for next target. AGMs online. Nice work. Multiple KIAs.
Overlord, Sandman.
Oh, mobile down.
Solid copy, Sandman. Odin 6. Payload target coordinates are as follows: 7, 9, and 4.
That was close. Wow.
Overlord, we're in. Approaching the target now. Fury, take care of the door. Wait, this is Gordon.
Battle 01, what is your status? Have you secured the president?
Negative, Overlord, but we have the girl.
We'll prep a team for extraction. Continue searching for the president.
Trying to say something. Chef, they took her farther deeper into the mine. Then that's where we're going. Come on.
Yep, deep into the mine.
Fun times.
We gotta get through that door. It's raining full steel. We can't get through this. Any bright ideas? I've got one. I've got one. Get Josh's here.
Yep.
C4 on the floor. C4 on the floor. And the Russian president.
President is secure.
Solid copy. Gather your team and proceed to the RV.
She's alive.
The Russian president is played by an Italian actor who passed away.
Any minute. The birds need to come to us.
Copy that. Hammer 1 is now en route. ETA 30 seconds. Stand by.
Yeah, the whole place is exploding, but you know, you've got all the bad guys still trying to kill you.
Oh yeah.
It never makes sense.
Yeah. Wow.
Get the president on board. We gotta get the hell out of here.
President's secure. Hang in there. I got you. Bryce, you gotta go. Make sure the president gets out. Don't even think about it, Mike. We're in this together. Grab your RPG. Truck, cover the right side. You better be right behind me.
More slow-mo.
Yep. Randomly shoot at things. I think technically that helicopter should be destroyed by now. With all those bullets flying everywhere. But hey, you know, again, it's a game.
Yeah. They never made it up with them. But we know that Price did.
Yep.
Peace talks between Russia and the U.S. are about to begin. In other news, the ultra-nationalist leader Vladimir Makarov is still at large.
We cross now.
They want you afraid. Fear makes you easier to control.
Oh god.
Time to wake up.
No thanks.
The president is holding a press conference with Russian Premier Vorshevsky to formally announce an end to the hostilities.
On this historic day, the representatives of two great nations stand before you united.
There's a simplicity to war. Attacking is the only secret. Dare, and the world yields.
A chapter in which we pursue peace.
How quickly they forget that all it takes to change the course of history is the will of a single man.
Makarov.
Very existence.
Who's this?
Prisoner 627. I'm coming for you, Makarov.
Haven't you heard,
Final
Price?
battle.
They say the war is over.
My war ends with you.
Like it ended for Captain McTavish. Tell me, Price, how long did it take him to die? I've destroyed your world piece by piece.
They found him.
It's only a matter of time until I
Hotel
find
awaits.
You won't have to look far.
You sure this armor will protect us?
It'll buy us time. Nikolai, are you patched into their system? Working on it. My Yarvik's a little rusty.
Dust to dust.
Looks like they're over here.
I've tapped into their security feed. Makarov's in the atrium on the top floor.
Brian
This
Bloom
is it.
played Yuri.
Makarov doesn't leave here alive. Get ready. This is for soap. We've got their attention. Second wave of responders will be coming in any moment. Here they come, right on schedule. Shoot the car!
Blow it up.
Pretty much
please.
running around as juggernauts.
Oh yeah, it's fun too.
Makarov's got the small army in there. It won't help him. Take control of the lift so he can't escape. I'm on it. Civilians coming out! Watch your fire! Nikolai, where's Makarov? Still in the atrium, but he's on the move. Don't lose him, we're almost there. Watch out,
Yep, open fire.
Well, this one's not as bad as the airport one that you had to do.
Yeah. Yep. Here you're taking on actual bad guys.
Yeah.
Push forward. Okay, I've got control of the elevators. Sending them down to your block. Lifts up ahead. safety detail with him.
What kind of opposition's waiting for us?
40-plus foot mobiles, SMGs and assault rifles. Enemy chopper closing on your position.
One is heading for the roof. Probably going to Makarov.
Yeah, definitely going to Makarov. Yeah, we gotta take out this one before the grenade goes.
Yeah, that's probably where you have your grenade launcher instead.
Oh my goodness. All it took was a helicopter crash to shred their armor.
Our armor shredded.
The Yuri.
Nikolai, we need another lift.
Yuri and Captain Price.
On its way.
It won't hold much longer. Jump!
Wow. Here we go. That's the part. Waiting through a hotel.
He's heading there now.
He's not getting away.
Oh.
Be careful. They're setting up barricades.
Run out! Watch yourself, you're in your own. Keep pressing, we've almost got him. We can't let him escape.
Ah! Yeah, I love the grenade launcher.
You're almost at the restaurant.
Keep pushing forward. Restaurant's this way.
He's still there. You've almost got him.
There he is.
Yep.
Watch out for that chopper. Rock.
Oh.
Oh, of course that would happen.
Yeah. And they would lose their weapons. But not their might. Ouch.
Leave me. Don't let him get away.
Makarov's heading to the roof. He's still ahead. Keep running.
Yeah.
He's going for the chopper. Run.
Robin and Atkin down to replace the previous actor, Nikolai. What way to take out the old princess? There's Captain Price. There's his arch enemy, Makarov. This is it. Wow.
Goodbye, Captain Price.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, he's in for it now. Yeah. Here we go. Wow, punching the mastermind down. Ah, here we go. And kaboom. Yeah! Killing the Makarov with Captain Price. Hanging the mastermind on a rope. Who dares wins. And this, my friends, is the end of tonight's stream. Thanks again for joining.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you.
worries.
Wow. Thank you all to those who participated in the chat. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you very much, everybody. I look forward to having you guys on again and from future streams. Have a good night. Well,
Catch you, enjoy yourself.
take care.
That was actually pretty good as well.
You bet it was. Just hope we don't get copyright struck either.
As long as we're talking through it, it shouldn't.
Yeah, good point. Well,
yeah. Anyway.
Thank you, guys. See you.
No worries.
See you next
Catch
month.
you.
Yeah, catch
Yep.
you for the Power Rangers Season 2, Valkyria.
Oh, yes. I gotta go catch up on that stuff as well.
Yeah.
Thanks for reminding me.
You're welcome. And have a good night, King. Time we head out.
Mm-hmm.
And have a good night, guys. And let's have some good rest, too. Peace out.